This is how my forehead is doing. Very itchy. This is how my nose is doing. Awful smelling stuff coming out of my nose. It's time to get rid of it. Alright, that's most of it. So uncomfortable. That's most of it. Was everything I just blew out of my nose? Stuff. Go to my journal and read. That's what I picked out. Here's all the stuff scraped together. This is what I coughed up today. This is the stuff that I picked out of my nose the other day, along with the other stuff. Scraped everything off and placed it on the corner here. We're not going to squish it down. We're just going to leave it the way it is, actually. Actually, I forgot to take a video of my forehead. It's been very itchy. Oh, some stuff has went away. You can see the redness has went down. It's starting to flake off. I might have. This is how my forehead is doing. As you can see, all this stuff is now flaking off. Everything that was stuck to my forehead is now, the redness is going down. It's now flaking off. And like, my forehead has been very itchy. But yeah. It's time to blow my nose now. Have a look at everything I just blew down. Right nostril, left nostril. Look at all this creamy stuff. Look at all this stuff that I've been breathing in. This is after me eating right now. Time to pick. That's everything I was able to pick out. Here's everything scraped together. And this stuff naturally like balls together. Like it balls, like it stays balled up, oddly. Time to transfer it. And here's my napkin. Here's everything that oh look, I didn't squish it down. And have a look. This creamy stuff is the exact same stuff that gets built at the bottom of my nose. Right? This is everything that's built up. This is everything I blew down. Exactly what you just looked at. The creamy stuff, but dried. This is what this is. And this is like 2 napkins, so I can't really show you the back, but... Look at this hard stuff that I'm like... Look how it breaks. This is what I'm breathing in. So let's transfer this stuff over. I transferred everything on exactly on top of the other stuff. And it's still balled up like in chunks. So we'll just let that dry. hard stuff. If you read my journal, I have so much of this hard stuff all on the inside of my nose. My nose was stuck like this until I stuck my finger in it. Okay, so I'm sure you guys didn't want to just watch me pick my nose, so here's the aftermath. And this literally felt inside my nose. It felt like just glue. It like usually doesn't feel like this, but it just felt like hard, rough glue stuck on the inside of my nose, and I had to scrape this out. Literally felt like glue.
And
That's everything I just blew out of my nose. Thick, creamy stuff. That's everything I was just able to pick out. I haven't been coughing anything up on this napkin. I've been coughing in a bottle. But have a look at the stuff from last time that I placed, and it's now dried. And this is what I'm breathing in. It just crumbles. It just crumbles. This hard stuff. If you read my journal, this is what I'm experiencing. This is everything scraped together. It naturally just like goes into like a ball. See how it like clumps together, it sticks together. Here's everything transferred over. Time to squish it down. There you go.
coat.
Oh, I forgot. This is how my forehead is doing. This is how my forehead is doing. Definitely some stuff built up. Still wearing my respirator. I just blew. This is everything that came out of my nose. Thick, creamy stuff. That's everything I just picked out. I'm gonna scrape it together. This is every day now I'm blowing this stuff up. So as I'm scraping this stuff up, this stuff like automatically like balls together. Like it's sticky. It stays like balled up. So also I'm gonna transfer this stuff over to this napkin, but I'm also gonna save this napkin because all this clear stuff, I believe it's gonna dry and be sparkly. Here's everything that I've transferred over in the past. As you can see. Oh, look. See, look. The clear stuff dries sparkly once the light hits it. You see those, like, rainbow sparkles? That's what I think this wet, clear stuff is. Look at this stuff. Look at the shine on how it dries. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm experiencing in my journals. So here's that thick, creamy stuff. And that's how it's going to dry. I'm going to squish it down. So I feel like you guys should look at... So as I'm squishing it down, look how sticky this stuff is. So I'm squishing it down and it just looked really... And the more I'm squishing it, the more it's like drying. And it's like sticking to my finger now. This is what I'm breathing in. This is everything I just blew out of my nose. This is what I blew out. That's what I picked out. Still breathing in this thick, creamy stuff. This is what I coughed up this morning. That's everything that's from yesterday. All dried and squished down. Here's the napkin with all the clear stuff that I let dry. Could you see the sparkle? Can you see the sparkle? I'm trying to show you with a flashlight. But all this clear stuff dried sparkly. And there's like little hints of yellow that have fused to the napkin. As you can see. See the indentation of the yellow? All that clear stuff dried like sparkly and like a sheen with like rainbow. Alright, well, there's the stuff I just transferred over. I'm not going to squish it down. And I'm just going to leave this napkin and let it dry. We'll see how it looks tomorrow. And here's my forehead. So, the chunk is gone, the redness is gone. There's still some stuff built up. Still obviously wearing my respirator. Very much need a shower. I just documented some license plates that were around me. Here's that napkin with the clear stuff. Look at how it dries. Look at this yellow stuff. Look how it indents to the napkin, and I can feel it on the other side. Oh, that's left over. That's from me putting it on top of this. Yeah, look at how this clear stuff dries. Rainbow-like, thin, sparkly, chemically looking stuff. Look at this. Whole napkin is covered in it. This is how this thick, creamy stuff has dried. Look at this. It's rock hard. If I break it, it crumbles like you've seen in the past. This is what I'm breathing in and what I'm experiencing and writing in my journals. So, I've been parked down this dead-end road, right? All of a sudden, I'm chemically harassed, and these vehicles are parked behind me. So I go to move, I turn around, I stop and get their license plates. Here's another angle of the dead-end road. I then make a video. About blowing thick, creamy stuff down to the bottom of my nose, and I show my face and my forehead. As I'm making this video, I stop and pull over. I turned around, pulled down the road, stopped, made a video, right? And I'm just documenting the license plates. And I move because I'm actively being chemically harassed. And I move, and guess who drives by? That van now leaves. And that van, his license plate is P for pineapple, N for night, 087R, rabbit. And it's just an overweight couple driving. So I leave because I'm being chemically harassed. These people are randomly parked down a dead-end road, and now they leave. Now I talk about stalking and being chemically harassed 24/7. Well, this is what that looks like. The pickup truck was R Rabbit H House 1388. It's now time to park down a random dead-end road, and we'll document what happens. Weird. This is how my forehead is doing. Pretty itchy as well. Since I haven't taken a shower, it seems that more of the surface has been coated with this stuff. It's not as patchy, right? And here's that napkin. Here's everything I'm coughing up, blowing out of my nose. This is it all dried up. Thin dried chemicals. More crystally rainbow thin chemicals that have dried with bubbles. I've turned the napkin around. This is the top side now. Look at that. This is what I'm breathing in, coughing up. Turn the napkin to the side. Here's the right side. Every day I'm breathing this stuff in. Oh, I just noticed this. This is like a bubble that's like sticking out. Look at this. Look at the crunchy. Look at the crystally. Look at this. This is what I'm coughing up. I think it just breaks. The crystals flake off. Look, this is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm experiencing in my journals. Look how it dries. That is not an infection, as police quickly say. Weird. Here's everything I just blew out of my nose, and this is what I picked out. Thick, creamy, awful smelling stuff. And we all know how it dries. You're gonna scrape it together and transfer it. And there's all this clear stuff as well. So I'm just gonna leave this stuff, see how it dries, and then this is what I transferred over. Look at this. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm experiencing when I'm documenting in my journal. I'm not sure if you can see, but like it naturally balls together and sticks together. And like, yeah, anyways. We'll just let that dry. And we'll put this napkin here. And we'll just let this one dry as well. No organ. Here's how my forehead is doing. Everything is kind of like rubbing off, flaking off. My nose is watery. Here's that napkin that I've added to and that's gonna dry. Here's all that yellow stuff that is now indented into the napkin. I tried to do this. I tried to get this napkin in video before that happened, but I won't. Try not to show that. But here's all this yellow that is dried and fused to the napkin, all the residue, as you can see. I don't really see any sparkles, but there's no sun out. But that's indented into the napkin. It feels rougher here. And this is everything I just blew out. Here's this thick, creamy stuff. So this is what I blew out. This is what I picked out of my nose. More thick, creamy stuff. There was more as well. And yes, I'm eating McDonald's. This is the third time of that middle part right there, that really bright yellow. That's what I picked out today. And I also coughed up the middle of this. Look at that rainbow, sparkly, dried up, clear stuff that I've coughed up. Look at that. You'll have to read in my journal on what I'm experiencing. No organ. I just blew my nose. Blood, thick, creamy stuff. Chemically harassed every single day. And slowly, there's some clear stuff. Slowly, this napkin gets built up. While the hard yellow stuff dries and fuses to the napkin. This is how my forehead is doing. So, if you read my journal, I'm documenting blowing a lot of stuff, that I'm more constantly chemically harassed, and as a result, look at all this stuff stuck to my forehead again. So I have stuff at the bottom of my nose, dried up stuff, and I have stuff on my forehead. I'm coughing up thick, chunky stuff. I'm documenting being chemically harassed nonstop, right? Nose and throat clogged. And now you can't say, look how long my fingernails are. Look how long since I haven't showered. It's been like 2 weeks. So now police can't say this is an infection. So this isn't from me not showering. This is not showering, being chemically harassed. The mopmate community slows down. And then once I shower, they go hard again. And then this happens again. Well, instead, I still haven't showered. And now, if you read my journal, I wasn't chemically harassed that much. Still haven't showered. Now I'm chemically harassed. Haven't showered. And look. This is everything that I've been blowing on my nose. Look at this yellow stuff. Look how it's indented to the napkin. This hard stuff. Look. Rainbow. Thin chemicals dried. Look. This is what I just blew out of my nose. This stuff. I have a really awful smell in my nose right now. And this is everything I was able to pick out of my nose. Thick, creamy, semi-dried stuff. Look at this. This is what I'm breathing in. There's still stuff in my nose deep, but it gets worse though, because the reason why I have stuff on my forehead is because I'm also been coughing stuff up. This is what I've been coughing up, this thick, chunky stuff. So the moment that my throat is clogged, I'm coughing up thick, chunky stuff, and daily, I'm doing this daily, the last couple days, that's when the stuff appears on my forehead, and my whole body is itchy, my face, my head is itchy. This is when it starts about, so I hang a right, no matter, I was parked for an hour, and international people were at every single turn on when I'm leaving this spot. There's an international person there. There's international people here driving by. Right there. I hang a right, international person going left if I were to hang a left. I hang a right. And then I notice while I wanted to hang a left-hand turn, all of a sudden right behind me, boom. This is the license plate that I got. So no matter what direction from when I'm leaving, my location is known, and this is how. And so I was heavily chemically harassed nonstop. If you look at my journal, I leave, and I have to go charge. So I'm parked. Then a taxi cab goes by. Another taxi cab goes by. And then I go to leave, which I've already made a video on a person sitting in this parking lot, the Millstream Plaza, and you can see the charging from there. So then I leave, and then, as you can see, and it's like 2 a.m. Please look at my journal for the license plate, the one I was able to get. Everything's flaking off. Everything I'm coughing up. Have a look at the stuff that I'm coughing up. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm coughing up. Look, it's all crystally. I just had to stop halfway from showering. That's what I'm coughing up in the middle of this napkin. I just had to stop my whole, I'm soaking wet. I just put on my old clothes. I haven't showered in 2 weeks. And I go there at 6 a.m. at Oak Bay Rec to go have a shower, and I already know something is up, is that 2 of the 3 stalls are right full. As soon as I walk in, the door's shut. And 30 minutes in, I'm showering, and I'm chemically harassed so bad that I have to stop and sit down, and I can't breathe. And yeah, I just packed up and left. So
which is starting to be a common thing if I go too early. So I'm going to have to start showering during the day. And as soon as I leave the change room, within a minute, I get down to the hallway. I'm already blowing stuff to the bottom of my nose, and I'm already, stuff is going to the back of my throat that I just coughed up.
This is how my forehead is doing. If you read in my journal and when I document, so the chemical harassment dies down and the stuff flakes off. It doesn't keep on getting built up. The nose is still very much sore from wearing my respirator. Have a look at this napkin, how everything is drying. Look at the stuff that I coughed up. Look how it dries. Look at it. Sparkly, chemically, thin, crystally, sparkles in the sunlight. This is what I'm breathing in. The whole napkin's covered in it. It's hard to capture on camera. That whole streak is just covered in this sparkly stuff. Look at this. The whole napkin is covered in it. All the crystally, sparkly stuff. And what happens when I pinch it? Look at the crystally chemicals. This is what I'm breathing in. This is everything I just blew out of my nose. Look at this thick, creamy stuff. And that's everything I just picked out. Thick, yellow, creamy stuff with some blood. So we're gonna let that dry. So I'm moving frequently, parking in different spots, and all this stuff when I was heavily chemically harassed is now all flaking off. Still every day I'm blowing stuff out of my nose. This is the fresh stuff that just came out. Thick, creamy stuff. This is what I just picked out. Whatever this is. And the whole napkin, this is the new napkin. And look how, like, in a week, the whole napkin is covered in, like, yellow staining. The whole thing. And all this yellow stuff is all indented into the napkin. Everywhere you see the yellow lines and stuff, it just indents into the napkin. See? This is what I'm breathing in. I coughed stuff up today too. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm coughing up. Hard, dried chemicals. A lot of this stuff on my forehead, there's some new stuff now, but a lot of this stuff is flaked off in the back seat. Nose still very much sore. Everything I'm blowing out of my nose, I'm picking. This is what I just blew out of my nose. Thick, creamy stuff, that's what I just picked out. And there's yellow staining across this whole napkin. Anywhere the yellow stuff is, it's indented and dried and hard into the napkin. Nothing you guys haven't seen before. This is what I coughed up this morning.
I just get to Fort Rodhill. I go to park. I'm going in to use the washroom. This vehicle comes in and they park right in front of the washroom. And I've been documenting this about I get in the washroom, I'm using it, and all of a sudden someone parks right next to the washroom, goes in to uses it, and then leaves. And this is right after I get in there and then use it. So, is this part of the mobbing community? Seems pretty suspicious. From this angle, I can't see the license plate though. Oh. It's a rental vehicle, which is even more suspicious.
This is how my Ford is doing. I have some new stuff stuck to my Ford. As you can see, the redness up here too. And this happens when I'm heavily chemically harassed. Have a look what I coughed up this morning. This stuff right here on the left is like chunky. This is what was at the back of my throat. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I coughed up. This whole napkin, before I did anything, had it all, like the whole thing is covered in this yellow staining. This is me blowing out of my nose. This is everything I just picked out of my nose, which was more than the last couple days. This thick, creamy stuff. And this is what I'm breathing in.
Norman coming down this park, there's only one vehicle. There's only one vehicle parked down here. No other vehicles parked, right? I'm gonna park right there. Two vehicles come down and they park at this house in front of me, which I'm like, okay, whatever. And that's at this time. There's the other vehicle. They park at this house. This is when it starts getting suspicious. So at this time, within minutes, out of all those parking spots, these people park right there. And I can't get it on video, but they start filming. Person in the passenger seat. So pretty close to me. And like this is kind of my point on everywhere I go. See, I start moving. I'm like, okay, I need to bounce because I'm eating right now. So, and I'm also being poisoned because I've been eating at the same place for over a week. This couple turned around and started walking. Then there's another vehicle that parked. So I've been documenting on like where I go and how am I chemically harassed 24/7. So I'm just documenting and just parking in random dead ends, and it just gets busy within like 5 to 10 minutes. So, but I mean, I'm just by myself, so I can't, I can't prove anything, but this is me showing you that it just gets busy. So from here, I make a left-hand turn, and I go all the way down to this road, and I go down here. Oh yeah, so hold on. Yeah, so I make a left-hand turn, go down around a corner, go down this road, then I hang a right down this dead end, no exit, all the way down here, and I park right down at the bottom. This is where I park, right? Dog walker. And then this vehicle. Which I thought this was suspicious. Because then they leave. And then another vehicle comes down. And they park the same driveway with the back end. So I'll park down a dead-end road by a park. Then two vehicles within minutes of me park into the house in front of me. Then a vehicle parks behind me. And then it gets busy with like foot traffic and another vehicle down the road. So then I move. I go down a road, down another dead end, park, and then within minutes, I have multiple vehicles parking right in behind me. So, that kind of seems odd, right? This is how my forehead is doing. As you can see, if you read in my journal, I'm heavily chemically harassed and stuff is stuck to my forehead with red irritation of stuff sticking. I've just, this stuff is very, very sticky. Nose is very, very sore. This is the stuff coming out of my nose. This stuff. Thick, creamy stuff. This is what I'm breathing in every day. This is everything I was just able to pick out of my nose. But I just woke up, so. And this is what I just coughed up. This thick, chunky stuff is just little, but I should be doing more. But I just needed to document this. This is that thick, chunky stuff. Look, the yellow. How it dries. This is what I coughed up yesterday. Yeah, this is what I coughed up yesterday. That's thin, dried chemicals. Look, this is what I'm breathing in every day. My chest hurts right now. Look, crystally, it's chemicals. Parking behind this commercial plaza. As I'm writing, making videos, this person pulls in behind me. I start backing up. I go to leave. I don't know. I'm not sure if they want to park there or what's going on, but no, they end up leaving. I write down their license plate. It's a female, and they just end up leaving. They don't stay. I leave, and they immediately leave. I mean, that's pretty suspicious, right? I've been to McDonald's probably a dozen times every day for the last week. As I go by on this first window, I did mobile pickup, and they told me to go to the second window, but the first window, there's two people. One was a Filipino looking inside of my vehicle, and as soon as they made eye contact with me, they went back to the kitchen. I waited a really long time for cold food. I never got any utensils for my food or dipping sauces for my expensive nuggets. There's never been a problem in like the dozen times. This is the first time. I made a bunch of turns and I'm down this road. I hang a left, and there's a dead-end road to the left, another dead-end road to the right. I go to the right, and this is a dead-end neighborhood. Back in, go to eat my food. This is the first person down this road, and these people park right here. Which they're now leaving. So they have left. And it's 15:22. They got it with a country grocer bag, a dog, and the female is leaving. But also this van is now leaving from their house that they're in. Also, while I was making this video, about 2 minutes ago, this person drove down, parked in the driveway, and then they left. So when I pulled in here, there was no one here. This whole parking lot is empty. This is a dead-end commercial area. So that's the McDonald's I've been eating at for the last week, and this is where I've been parking, in this commercial area. Pretty much there's a military base right here, and I've just been going around this lot. This is one giant commercial area, and I parked here in the past. And where I am is literally it's like a dead end. But everywhere I go, within a short period of time, everywhere I go, someone pulls in. And they go to leave. So when I pulled in, I go to leave, I was chemically harassed. So as soon as I'm about to go on the road, look who goes flying by. I make sure I come to a stop. And we get to the stop sign. This person doesn't even stop at the stop sign. I make a complete stop. There's a truck to the left that was about to pull out. This person goes right to Costco. The RCMP have banned me from going to that property. I'm getting to the main intersection here. And there's a taxi cab. That's a taxi cab right there. So I assumed that person that just flew and cut me off, that taxi cab came from the other side of the road, where you can see from where I'm parked, from that plaza, the Millstream Plaza. So, yeah, an incident, I believe an incident was trying to be orchestrated right there with a taxi cab with an international driver. These people get on the highway. I've documented. I then get off at Mackenzie Road here. Here's the time. And at this point, there is now this vehicle behind me. And so during this time, I've documented several license plates, the ones that I can read at least. And I've documented a couple and posted it on my journal if you want to read. So that truck goes by, right? And I've been parking in the same spot for just over a week now. I've been documenting it. So the truck goes by, and I need to make a left-hand turn here in less than a kilometer. So right before I needed to get over, all of a sudden there is again more suspicious activity and possible orchestrated events here. So one by one, this person goes by, and I'm going the speed limit. These people fly by right before I need to hang a left-hand turn, and it was this vehicle right here that was mostly suspicious. They get over. I then need to hang a left-hand turn here, and they've all slowed down, especially this vehicle. I'm now heading towards McDonald's now. The slowing down, speeding up thing is pretty suspicious. Now, why would you run a stop sign? I mean, to not get a license plate, right? Right? Like, that's the only thing I can think of. And why would you not want to do that? Well, did you try and start conflict? Were you trying to orchestrate something? You know? So, I'm experiencing this a lot.
I had a shower. Here's the recent red stuff I've been documenting. Nose very sore. Feels good to shower. This is what I coughed up today. A rainbow bubble with tiny little bubbles. It's still drying. Have a look at this stuff that I've blown out of my nose. It indents on the napkin when it dries. It gets all crystally. Look at that. That's dried, crystally hard stuff that I blew out of my nose. What I've been documenting in my journal, what I've been experiencing. This is what I'm breathing in. Here's the back side of the napkin. See how it dries to the napkin? Here's another spot. I had to bring the napkin to my face to look and find this, but have a look. This dried up crystally thing. This is how my forehead is doing. Nose still very sore. This is what I just coughed up. And there's more. My nose is fully clogged. This is everything I just picked out of my nose. And my nose is still deeply clogged, but this is all the creamy stuff, thick, creamy stuff. This is how my forehead is doing. I document chemical harassment really bad and stuff stuck in my forehead. And I'm blowing stuff out of my nose. And my nose is very sore. Have a look at what I've been coughing up, how it's been drying. The whole napkin has yellow staining. It was a small amount stuck at the back of my throat. I coughed it up and look how it dries. This is literally rock hard. It just cracks. It's thick. This is what I'm breathing in. Why I have to wear a respirator 24/7. Alright, just finished blowing, picking my nose. Every day this is happening. This is what I'm blowing, picking out of my nose. This is how my forehead is doing. I can't handle it anymore. I just picked this out of my left nostril. Thick, creamy stuff. I couldn't breathe. Pushing this stuff down. The last 24 hours I haven't really been documenting as act like every little split second as I have been. Yeah, still breathing this stuff in. The sparkly, crystally stuff all over the napkin, everything I'm blowing out of my nose.
Doesn't exist. Where am I? I am back on this dead-end road where the RCMP showed up. There's the roundabout, the Shell gas station. Right? Now what's my point? Do you see all that garbage right here? There's all this garbage on the side of the road. Okay. I'm gonna go down the road now. corner. And this is now new as well. Now, what's my point with all that garbage? Is that this was never here. And that's when I started parking here. It took a couple days. I was then chemically harassed non-stop. I had taxi cabs, and who in their right mind would like go in a bush or chemically harass me? Possibly less fortunate people. So is the mobbing community paying these people? Now, and now I haven't been here in like several weeks, and now there's all this garbage and trash. So is this the remaining from the people that were attacking me? Doesn't it just stop? So the Shell gas station is literally like just behind me down the road. I just passed the casino, and I go and hang a right down this dead end by a mechanic shop, and I back down right here. There's a fence. I'm up on a hill. There's just a highway to the where I just turned off of, and this is where I back up into to cook some food. Now this is there's the time, and look who comes. I'm here for like minutes, and all of a sudden homeless people come all the way down to where I'm parked. As soon as I'm parked, coming down, and I mean, there's like no one here. I'm just parked back into a corner cooking food, and then there's that walk of life. So if I stay here, am I going to be chemically harassed, or those people who dropped off? And 10 minutes after that, there was a vehicle that pulled in, dropped someone off with a backpack. They left, and then that person lingered around here for a few minutes. This is as I'm cooking. So I just showed you what came out of my left nostril, and surprisingly I thought there was going to be more, but this is everything I just blew out of my nose after eating a warm meal. And this also aligns with why the last 24 hours I haven't really been journaling a lot. And this is the reason why. I didn't blow that much out of my mouth. Like, I had that one chunk, and there's a little bit there, but that's it. Hence why there's not a lot to talk about. I don't know why, but that's just the way it is. Yeah, that stuff came out of my right nostril. I'm gonna leave this down here to let it dry, and we'll see. We'll see how it dries. Here's my multiple cans of soup. This is everything I just blew out of my nose. Thick, creamy stuff. This is what I'm breathing in. This is everything I just picked out of my nose. Look at this stuff. And then I stuck my fingers in my nostril and scraped what was left with the napkin. That's one side. That's the other side. I'm just gonna let this dry. Here's how this stuff is dried to the napkin. This is dried, whatever this is. Sparkly rainbow stuff. All the stuff that I'm breathing in. Look how it dries in the napkin. Look at this. This is what I'm blowing, breathing in, documenting in my journal. This is how this thick, creamy stuff dries. Look at that. This is what I'm breathing in every single day, 24/7. Forced to move over and over again. Can't have a schedule. Can't do anything. Can't sleep. Look. This is just 24 hours. Every day this is. Napkin after napkin. Here's another napkin that I let dry. Let's see how it dries. I mean, look.
Here's the stuff. So I blew my nose, I scraped whatever the stuff was, transferred to the napkin, and here's how this clear stuff dries. All rainbow, sparkly, chemically like this. The whole napkin's covered in it. Anywhere where it was clear that I blew, this is how it dries. Okay, so here's how it's sparkly, right? It was stuck to that napkin. It's sparkly, so now I'm gonna... So if I don't... Most of the sparkle goes away. It's real thin. And then here's weeks worth of stuff that I'm coughing, blowing out of my nose, the stuff I transfer over. Another napkin. Years of this. This is what I'm chemically harassed with every single day. This is how my forehead is doing. I'm still very much wearing my respirator.
Okay.
After eating, this is what I'm blowing and picking out of my nose this morning. And we're gonna let it dry and see how it looks. I just blew this side of my nose, left nostril, right nostril. Look, this is what I'm breathing in. This thick, creamy stuff. Every single day. I wonder how it's gonna dry.
I just drove down this dead-end road. I just documented and wrote in my journal about how it got really busy. And everywhere I go, that person ran a stop sign. Everywhere I go, I'm talking about being stalked. I'm being chemically harassed. And no matter where I go, and I'm writing this and documenting this, and so is this person like... And as I'm recording this, someone just went by. Let's see. Now they parked in front. And now this person's there. Now that person shuts off their vehicle. So there wasn't anyone here, and now there is people here. Stop. So I go to leave my location. This is the right. And as I leave from here, I'm in Colwood now, and since I left, I have suspicious activity of like a mobbing community, taxi cabs, retirees. So I move from the back seat to the front seat, and I've been chemically harassed heavily nonstop for a while now. I go to leave, and I've wrote a pattern, and see, like, this person seems a little too concerned about like what I'm doing. All right, this seems kind of gonna go to the back. That person comes into the parking lot, which is weird. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get this person's plate. I do a 360. I drive around, go around the parking lot, and this person, I don't think you can see, but they proceed to like starting to back up. Yeah, see, they start backing up, and I mean, I'm just waiting. I just did a lap, so they're gonna back up, and I wait for them to be like, I'm really patient. Are you gonna back up, or are you not gonna back up? And this person actually gets out of their vehicle, which is very, very, very strange. And this is just like the start. I'm gonna show you the interesting busy traffic. So as soon as they get out, I don't want any confrontation. Can you see that they got out of their vehicle? Hold on. Yeah, that's them. They actually got out of their vehicle. So, like, what, are you backing into a spot? Are you parking? Are you trying to be confrontational? Like, what is going on here? So I drive away, and I just pull up here because I notice I have a parking ticket on my front windshield. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need to park right here and grab the parking ticket, take a picture. And I park, and I wait. Yeah, see, I open up my door, I reach and grab the parking ticket, I shut my door. And I guess this person wasn't parking after all. So they weren't backing into a parking spot. Were they trying to avoid having their license plate taken? They want to park over here. They don't want to park where I was, where they were originally going to go. They're just going to do a lap again. Okay. So, I mean, while I'm parked here, then I noticed suspicious activity around me, people parking. That person just did a U-turn. As I've pulled over in Colwood, I'm now down a dead-end road, and I've been documenting and have a pattern on no matter where I go, suspicious vehicles follow this whole parking lot. I'm at the Galloping Goose Trail. And if you see my past videos, yes, this camper is still parked here. So now that vehicle's here. No matter where I go, there's always a vehicle that follows. So, anywho, back to what I was reviewing on when I'm leaving. But yeah, no matter where I go, there's always a person following. So yeah, so I take a picture, I write on my journal, and I'm about to get on the highway and go about my way and get away from being chemically harassed. This person, as soon as I leave the parking lot, make a stop, that person's standing at the corner there with a dog, and I can go about my business. So, once I get down to the road, and yeah, once I get on this main road, then it starts to get busy around me. A vehicle behind me. See, it goes from, like, there's one vehicle in front, right? Not that busy. At this point, I'm at Uptown. I'm about to hop on the highway. A couple vehicles in front of me. And it drops down to 50 kilometers an hour. So at this point, I'm in the left-hand lane. I'm like, okay, I should probably get over. But this is when I start noticing, I'm like, okay, there's some weird games. I need to get over, but this person's going the exact same speed as me. And then I speed up 5 kilometers an hour, and then they speed up. I slow down, they slow down. It was like that for like several times that they did this, which then seemed very suspicious. All right, so then they speed up. And I'm unable. I also noticed once they speed up and they're playing the game of speeding up, slowing down, I'm unable to go by because the person behind them is also being oddly, it just seems like it's like a game, like they're just playing a game, right? So that person speeds up all of a sudden, but if I were to get in front or like go to the right, I couldn't because there was that person now. So now they then go the same speed as me. And I'm like, okay. Right? So there's just this weirdness. Another vehicle comes down. But okay, so as they're doing this, right, they're like, I want to go to the right. Okay? But I can't because those two vehicles are playing that game where I can't go over to the right. So then all of a sudden, now the person behind me is like, come on, flashy, flashy, which seems like a community effort. So I move over to the right, and guess who drives by? Taxi cab. And I've been documenting taxi cab, community, and there's not just one taxi cab, right? There's another taxi cab. It just seemed, there's the other taxi cab. Yeah, so there was just like a giant group of cars that came from behind me, and then I'm still experiencing like just people kind of like staying back in the distance, like one car here or there. It just seems weird at that time, and that multiple vehicles having that driving style on kind of low-key bullying me on not getting over. And then right when the moment I'm about to get over, then the person in the taxi cab is now flashing, right? It's just signs of like bullying a little bit, right? But anyhow, let's get these two vehicle license plates that followed in behind me. So I'm going to show you my sentry mode here in a second, but before I do that, this vehicle took off, which I got the license plate, but there's no one parked in this parking lot. So this isn't like a happening spot. All of a sudden, two vehicles follow in from behind me. Seems pretty suspicious. And the only vehicle in this parking lot is this pickup. So this person, the second person that drove down and pulled down, they were parked in the other parking lot and decided to leave. And this just seems suspicious. And they then had to like do that thing. And their license plate is AK776R. And I go back, and the parking lot is empty. And then I go to the other parking lot, which I just viewed, and there's that pickup, which is VA5497. All right, so I talk about after being parked, and as soon as I'm parked, no matter where I am, there's always vehicles that follow because I'm chemically harassed everywhere I go, no matter what, 24/7. Now, when I went to go get that vehicle's license plate, the white one, as soon as I went to go leave, the first vehicle, the truck, which I thought was a little suspicious, as soon as I went to go leave, they turn off their lights, turn off their truck. So, where is it? Their truck was on, and as soon as I went to go by, they turned it off. The truck's off. So, I believe that's a sign of intimidation and a pattern that I've seen in the past. So, seems suspicious to me. I'm now on this timestamp 23:45 of February 8th. I'm going to be listing all those vehicles that were around me from when I left the parking. So I just have like a voice note that I start like talking. So whenever I can see like a license plate go by, or if it's visible, I just talk. And yeah, I'm going to, in my journal, write down all the license plates.
Woman.
I left the Galloping Goose Trail, and I just went down the road and just went around the roundabout, went down this dead-end road where this condo is, and I went to just park so I can record the rest of my sentry mode and what I documented. When I left the Galloping Goose Trail, there was suspicious activity on every direction, on every road. Which, I mean, could mean anything, but again, it seems suspicious in the pattern that I've documented. So I just pull into visitor parking here, and I just write in my journal and finish my video. I wait. I then leave. It's this time. I get down to the stop sign here. There's suspicious activity at the roundabout. The vehicle going the other way. There's a vehicle at the roundabout over here. I go through, and as soon as I go through, there's a person on the crosswalk that, as soon as I went around, there's vehicles going in every direction. Then there's a person at the crosswalk
that as soon as I'm right off the crosswalk, they hit the button and hit the lights. So if someone's filming or what have you, this could be a ploy to put blame on me, or for them to back their false complaints to police, which, if you've been following my story with the ICBC, I don't have a BC driver's license. So right now I'm being heavily stalked right now, heavily chemically harassed, which was planned. I'm now going to dead-end roads. I'm documenting license plates. I'm doing the best that I can to protect myself. And now the mobbing community is obviously... It seems to me that the mobbing community is now using a tactic to just like set me up and put blame on me, right? That's what it seems. So I just make the left-hand turn and I'm about to get to the roundabout. And when do the lights go on? Okay, so there's no lights there. When do they go on? I'm at the... There's someone... I think they go on there. I think that's where the crosswalk is. Oh, okay. So as soon as I approach these lights, this person hits the button. Okay, so here's this guy at the crosswalk. That's the shell, that's the vehicle that was at the crosswalk. They leave. The light turns. There's another vehicle that went right. And then another person crossing the crosswalk. The light. So, when leaving, it just seemed suspicious on the crosswalk activity. And yeah, so I don't know what else to say. On video, it might just be, oh, a person at the crosswalk. I mean, but it just seems suspicious, especially from what I've been experiencing since I left where I was. Also, is it possible that I'm so heavily chemically harassed was this planned? Is it planned that when I'm heavily chemically harassed, I move? So then when I move, is a mobbing community with a lot of numbers of vehicles ready to do this to me because I'm ready to move? So games, stalking, to then try and push false mental health towards me, right? To then continue pushing me as a pest or a nuisance, or to back false claims so police can push mental health to further cripple me when I've already experienced this, right? It's just a continue attack on me every which way for years. I mean, like, are we going to go in decades now? Like, since 2019, I've just been documenting this.
So, I park at this church right by the Victoria Courthouse. The first vehicle to drive down this dead end seems pretty suspicious with everything I've been talking about police, local community involvement on my air and my food being poisoned. I now then document license plates on when I'm heavily chemically harassed. I leave. I have suspicions on being heavily stalked, and I then just go down dead-end roads, document the license plates, and I've been posting them online. Now, I stop doing this. I drive all the way to Langford, then double back and drive all the way back to Victoria. And this is now the first vehicle that drives down this dead end and then leaves. Seems pretty suspicious to me, and I've documented this behavior in the past.
That's clear stuff that I've pinched my nose, blown my nose of all this clear stuff that gets wet on the napkin, and look how it dries.
So then,
Everything I just blew out of my nose, and look at this thick, creamy stuff that I'm breathing in, and I'm going to pick everything that's left. That's everything I picked out. Again, thick, creamy stuff. I thought it was going to be more, but this is what came out. Whatever this stuff is, mixture of something. Not normal, every day.
so then,
I'm parked at a dealership. I backed in and I parked randomly. I go to leave this dealership, right? I go to leave, and what I just did was cook some food, some soup. Now, we're going to see on the vehicle that drives past me right here. Get ready. I wonder who it is. Police. Saanich Police, right? Perfect. So let's go down the road, past Walmart. I'm on the highway. All of a sudden, a vehicle gets behind me. Okay. So now a vehicle is behind me, right? And I'm just cruising along on the highway. And there's construction, and there's a speed limit that no one follows. No one. It says 50 here. Everyone goes like 70 plus. So all of a sudden there's this vehicle behind me, right? And look, they switch lanes. And at this point I'm like, oh, am I going to get pulled over or not? Wait for it. There it is. The side cameras are better. There goes the lights. Now, again, I just made soup. Here's my empty can of soup, right? Here's my pot. Here's my pot right here that I just made. There's the steam. All that food I just cooked. Now, I suggest to read my journal along that time, because I was chemically harassed, and if you read my journal, it's every day I document being chemically harassed and stalked. So I leave, I park, I notice suspicious activity. I'm documenting signs and patterns of being stalked. I
decide to go, I need to charge tonight. I also am hungry, so I need to go get food. And from the past and over the years, I don't want to stay in one spot too long, especially when I'm cooking my food outside up top, especially if I'm being chemically harassed, because I've had an international person sneak up from behind me and do something to my food to where my stomach hurts. So I avoid that. So I'm random. So I just pull over, park randomly, pick out the can of food and my rice. I prep it all in my pot, add some spices, and then I move. I document in my journal when I move that it's like there's a small group of vehicles that scatter in every direction as soon as I move. I park at a dealership, as you saw. I put my pot on. It takes like 20 minutes to cook. I instantly start cooking, set my timer. And during this time, there's suspicious activity. I notice like busy traffic and activity that's coming. I document a Subaru, possible undercover police officer, then a white van that says Times columnist on the side of it. That goes by. Then security goes by. So did people complain again? So because then I then go to leave, I'm like, okay, I'm not going to stay here, even though I was able to charge for free for the 40 minutes I was there, because I also let my food cool down before bringing it in my vehicle, because the pot is obviously really hot. Even though I have it on cardboard, it's just thin, just to protect my car and stuff. And so then again, all of this traffic I'm documenting in my journal, and I go to leave, police. And then I hop on the highway where there's construction, and there's a really odd speed limit of 50 that, again, no one follows. And that person is right behind me all of a sudden. And then at the lights and almost out of their district, it seemed pretty intense and aggressive where they put on their lights. So is that a coincidence that the police officer goes by, but I'm already leaving? Were they going to pull in? Were they going to, follow up with this complaint, which I've been documenting as of recent, that the community and police have been putting pressure? So then I go to leave, the police officer's right there at the road. I then go on the highway. I'm doing exactly the speed limit. Police is right there, itching to pull me over. The lights. So, February 12th, around 1:30 in the morning, I suggest to read my journal, read my notes. Yeah, this is my shitty life.
This is my newest, most recent napkin. Look at how this stuff dries. That's rock hard. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm blowing out of my nose. That's how it dries to the napkin. This is the back of it, how it dries to the napkin. Fuses to the napkin, rock hard. Look, all the clear stuff dries all sparkly, so there's like a mixture of like sealant or spray foam mixed with chemicals, is what I'm thinking. All my clear stuff dries sparkly. It literally indents in the napkin. My nose is watering. This is an update on my forehead. This is everything I just blew out of my nose. This is everything I just picked out. If you read my journal, you'll see that I was only chemically harassed near the end when it got dark late at night when no one was around. And this aligns with that. Here's how red my forehead is. After I scraped all the stuff that was stuck to my forehead, that looks like the same stuff that I'm coughing and blowing out of my nose. Everything I've been coughing up, what I coughed up today. Look, sparkly, hard, weird, suspicious, chemically looking stuff. That's what I'm coughing up every day now. That's all hard, dried chemicals that I've been breathing in. Look how it dries and fuses to the napkin. And this is from today. Look at how the clear stuff dries that I blow out of my nose. Dried thin bubbles. Chemically thin bubbles. Everything I'm documenting in my journal and writing down, this is what's happening. So I have scabbing from where the yellow stuff was stuck to my forehead. More scabbing. Nose is clogged. Yeah, my nose is clogged. This is the dead end place I was when leaving. Suspicious activity around me. Where was it? Person there. Followed by when I'm about to pull on the road, I noticed a taxi cab to the left, and then first person to go by was an international person in a beat up vehicle. There's a left hand side, might be able to see it. There's a taxi cab that stopped and their lights were on. There's the vehicle that passed me out front. And that is an ambulance that also went by. I literally just left where I was, made a left-hand turn, as you can see my blinker, and I'm just documenting this. As I'm here, I turn my HVAC on full blast, and I already have stuff dripping to the back of my throat. My nose is deeply clogged right now, but eventually, within 15 to 20 minutes, things will come down to the bottom of my nose, drip to the back of my throat, I'll cough stuff up. But the whole leaving where I am and suspicious taxi cab or international people around me, and ambulance thing, I don't know, I have a video going about that privately right now, actually. This is when I'm coughing up every day. This is hard. This crystally stuff. And this is when I'm coughing up. And it will dry just like that. But it's been a few minutes, and the drip to the back of my throat. So as I'm making a video, just getting out of that area and getting fresh air, I go back to leave and go on this road, and this is what I thought was suspicious. And I was parked in behind this building right here, right? So then all of a sudden, oh yeah, hold on. Yeah, let's do it at the corner here. All of a sudden I get here. Seems weird. Well, that lady is weird. And you'll see who that lady is with in a second here. And the cab driver's still down the road to the right. But it's that truck. I don't think you can see, but she's with the guy that was with the garbage. Yeah, see there's a dude in the driver's seat. You know, that seemed kind of weird. I'm like, what? I go to leave that area now,
Now the person kind of got startled, and they both were there, and they both like leave and pack up and leave. Now they're at the front of the building. Just seemed kind of odd right when I'm leaving. VN8918 is the license plate. I believe they're cleaners, but it fits the community, and they might be working with the international community. Again, the whole taxi cab thing and international people, and this just keeps on happening. No matter where I go, the mobbing community finds a way to work with others to chemically harass me, and that's what's happening.
And again, this is what I coughed up.
And I know that sometimes, like, I've just been so depressed, I just sit there. But I know now, I just need to leave. I just need to find the strength and just keep on leaving. And then I keep on noticing these patterns on, yeah.
Right now, I'm at a Squamalt wreck, and I went to get out. And that's shit. There's shit. And there is suspicious activity when I parked here. But yeah. Just randomly parked illegally right there as I'm parked.
Read my journal. Read my journal on February 14th, 2300. You'll see what I'm writing and what I'm documenting. So I was parked at this condo here at the back corner, and yeah. So I pull out, and as soon as I go around the corner, I heard suspicious activity, and then these people seem to be packing up. So it seems kind of suspicious, because then as I leave, they leave. So I'm being chemically harassed, right? So how is this happening? Well, I'm just documenting suspicious activity no matter where I go.
And currently there's no one parked down that dead end there. And there's no one parked all the way down there either.
But no matter where I go, suspicious activity follows. Also, that vehicle that was parked over there is now gone. Documenting being chemically harassed. I'm just by myself, and I'm just like, how is it happening? Question mark. Well, I'm starting to document the suspicious activity, and it just seems people in the community, anyone who's deemed a pest, I'm literally being treated like a cockroach. And I'm being gassed, my air is being poisoned. But it doesn't matter where I park. I can be in a commercial area, I can be in the middle of nowhere, north of town, I can be in town, I can park by home. It doesn't matter where I go. And then I'm having people by my car telling me, you're dead, you're done. Okay, well, I've already seen that since complaints for me being employed, losing good jobs, co-workers attacked, co-workers' property vandalized, like their vehicles, car accidents, people that I date, they're attacked, their family is attacked, my food's poisoned. So yeah, and then I see videos about it's just the woke mob is so quick to yell people that are Nazis online, but meanwhile I'm being treated like this. I'm being literally crippled.
If you go look at my journal, this is what I'm experiencing, and this is what I've been coughing up, which is a lot, and we're gonna see how this all dries.
I've been doing laps in the area because I'm about to park right at the corner here. This is the Thrifty's grocery store, and so I pull into Thrifty's grocery store, and because I just need a break, a few there's someone walking. They're walking through the parking spot I'm going to be parking at. You should read my journal about how when I got into the area, it was really busy. Then I started doing laps. Then on the outskirts of this grocery store, vehicles were idling. And then once I started doing laps and documenting, it just, yeah, there was no traffic. So this is when I park at that time, 2:19. So I finally park, and it's been 7 minutes, and this vehicle then arrives. TA389S, and there's like a pizza shop back there, but yeah, I don't know how exactly I'm being chemically harassed. I'm just trying to document my surroundings because I don't know what else to do, and I'm tired of experiencing chemical harassment. That vehicle leaves, and this person also shows back up with the bag. If you read my journal, I'm writing that it seems that there is suspicious activity and places get busy when I arrive, and then it slows down, and it just seems to be a pattern that I've been experiencing in the past. And when I'm blowing out of my nose and when I'm coughing up and how it dries and I'm forced to wear a respirator is just, yeah, if you read my journal and what I'm experiencing, it's not very pleasant, to say the least. Yeah, I've already been punished multiple times for trying to document, but I just, like, what else is there for me to do when I'm having signs of brain damage?
So this just fell out of my nose. Look how everything I just pushed out of my nose. This just fell out of my nose. It's time to get this stuff out. I can't take it anywhere. This is everything I'm documenting in my journal. If you look at my journal about me being chemically harassed nonstop, this is what I'm breathing in, blowing down the bottom of my nose. Oh, it feels so good to have this stuff out. This is what I'm breathing in. So when I showed you what was coming out of my nose, I picked the rest out, and this is everything that came out just in one day. This is how badly, if you read my journal, non-stop, this is all the stuff that I was breathing in. And this is just what came out. This stuff. Look at this. So what is this? This is the awful smelling stuff. And you notice the stuff that was in my nose was like rock hard and brittle and stuff, right? So I picked it, put it on a wet baby wipe, right? I put it on a wet baby wipe. And I folded it all up, right? I folded it. And now it's not hard anymore. It smells like caulking or like a sealant. But yeah, this is what I'm breathing in. This is what dries hard and fuses to the napkin. This is what came out of my nose. It's like rubbery. Look. It's like hard. This is what I'm breathing in.
I'm parked for a while. Vehicle drives slowly by. I go to leave. There's a Petro-Canada and McDonald's. I'm about to get on the highway. When I'm about to get on the highway, there's a vehicle pulling up behind me. This vehicle A for Apple 618. A for Apple, K for Kellogg's. A 618 AK. As I'm getting on the highway, as I've been parked for a while, there goes ambulance. Here's the construction right before I get start getting into Victoria, like uptown, and this vehicle oddly stayed close to me, which is RT971G. There is uptown and the BMO Bank. I pull into this area where I recorded the cleaning people and the suspicious activity at the garbage bin. I stay parked here while I cook my food. I randomly get my food ready as I leave. So at the back corner of here, you can see this from the intersection I'm going to point out here. So I pull over randomly and I get my food ready. And as I do this just so that way, and then I go park again randomly. But every time I leave, so I've been parked for a little bit, I go to leave, there goes the taxi cab. And from this angle, you could see that back alley. So when I went to go leave him and my lights. Now I'm parked down the road, and I'm in a parking garage while I cook. And this road right here is now like really, really busy. So there's the McDonald's and the Uptown Plaza. And I was parked right around in here while I prep my food. And now I'm here. And now the Oak Street, which is the smallest road, right? That road right here is now extremely busy as I'm parked with taxi cabs and other vehicles. This is me just documenting my surroundings, nothing more, and hopefully I just need to start doing this because I'm noticing a pattern, and yeah, so we'll just try and see if this pattern plays out on video.
Everything I just blew and picked out of my nose, much less than before. So parking where I'm parking, and this aligns with what I'm experiencing in my journal. So that one day, the last video was quite a lot. But now I'm parking here, which I just got a ticket, but I'm less chemically harassed. Also, here's a video of whatever this is from it being dried. Oh yeah, this one, this napkin. You can see all the clear stuff, how it dries. Sparkly, rainbow-like with bubbles. This is what I'm blowing out of my nose. Anywhere there's clear stuff that I'm blowing out of my nose dries like this, crystally. And if I just goes away. See? Just like some sort of detergent or cleaner mixture. This is what I'm blowing out of my nose. So I'm going to retire this napkin and we'll let this one dry. This is what I just blew and picked out of my nose. Whatever this thick, creamy stuff is what I'm breathing in. And we've all seen how it dries. This is how my forehead is doing. There's some stuff is flaked off, but nothing insane. This is everything I've just been coughing up. Go to my journal around this time. I literally just coughed up twice. We'll see how that dries. That's still wet, as you can see. Well, and it popped, but this is the other napkin of all the stuff I've been blowing and picking out of my nose. It's pretty interesting. Whatever this stuff is. And how it dries to the napkin. The rainbow. The whole napkin is covered in this. That clear rainbow stuff. All the clear stuff I'm breathing in.
Tow truck getting off at the same spot as me. Tow truck getting off. Ambulance. 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 Getting off at Langford. Ambulance.
This is what I just blew out of my nose. This thick, creamy stuff. What I'm breathing in. There was more right here. This is what I picked out every day.
So if you read my journal around this time, and you look at my location on where I was, read my journal and what I documented around this time. I've been here for like 24 hours, maybe longer. I document this house. I document some other license plates. I go to leave. So, I then leave. I stop here. Practically at the end of the road. Right? So, as I'm typing, look what goes by. I'm just documenting this pattern. This is what I'm documenting. I've now moved around the corner down to another dead-end road, so I'm not chemically harassed again. So I got off the highway here. This person also got off the highway. Again, as I'm getting off the highway, I document this license plate in my journal. I then randomly turn down this road to document and journal. I make sure I go just far enough, park, and I write and journal. The first vehicle to come down this road, shortly after I'm writing and journaling, this is the first vehicle. I write down the license plate in my journal. I then go back onto the road I was on. I've been taking this road. There's the Legion. I've been taking this road for like a week now, and now this is the first time I noticed suspicious activity along this route. There's Midas, the Petro-Canada. this vehicle. So I made a turn. I went to go head downtown. This vehicle was behind for a while. When I was about to make a turn, I make my turn and I stop for this person. I stop and let them by. They go by. This is the intersection right before the neighborhood that I've been going and parking, and the main intersection, and what's in the area. Ambulance. $4.58. About a minute down the road, the next vehicle is a taxi cab. I'm just about to make a right-hand turn here. This is my speed. This is a new update. It shows your speed. So I make a turn. So at about every turn, there's a vehicle around when I made a turn. And in the general area of where I've stayed the last 24 hours, there is an ambulance and a taxi cab.
I just coughed up more stuff. That's at the back of my throat. That's why my chest hurts right now. So as I'm doing this, and if you look at my sentry mode that I documented being heavily chemically harassed, right? Well, all of a sudden, this vehicle at this time decides to park behind me. They turn around and they park behind me. Also, this vehicle, XE515M. So yeah, this vehicle parks behind me, which if you look in my journal, yeah, I document their license plate. This is everything I just coughed up. I wasn't expecting this, but I put my 2 fingers in my nose. Right nostril, thick, creamy, suspicious stuff. Left nostril, blood. Then I picked this stuff out. I suggest going to my journal, and this is what I was coughing up. Look how it dries. That's hard. This is what I'm breathing in. I've been heavily chemically harassed, pretty much non-stop for like 12 hours. See, like there's still more. This is what I was coughing up this morning. You can see the yellow specks left, right, down here. And also rainbow in the bubble right there. This is what I was able to pick out of my nose. This is what I was breathing in. I had a bunch of stuff yesterday, but I just literally just picked it out and just flicked it. So, but have a look at how this dried the last time I filmed.
in the
This is what I blew and picked out of my nose. See how there's blood if you look at my journal around this time? This thick, creamy stuff. And since I was heavily chemically harassed over a long period of time, there's now blood. And I picked and scraped a bunch of other stuff off. But this is fresh still, as you can see. Thick, creamy stuff. This is what I'm breathing in. This is how this stuff is drying. Look at that. That's hard, crystally stuff. That's hard. See how it cracks? Rock hard, like some sort of adhesive, mixed with some sort of rainbow chemicals. Duncan, I just drove an hour. I just drove an hour out of town to get food. This is me getting into town. Do you see what that says? 666 DED 7. Right after the ambulance. This is me coming in town. That turn right there is for the Canadian Superstore grocery store, which in the past I've stocked up on a lot of food when things are on sale. So I'm driving an hour out of town randomly to go to Walmart, and I didn't buy certain things because certain of my frequent food items are really low on stock. And there's other interesting things. I'm also noticing when I leave somewhere, this seems some suspicious activity when I'm leaving. And when I park somewhere, within 5 minutes, the area gets busy. People park around me, they leave. If I go down to a dead end, they'll come down and leave. And then shortly after that, within 15 to 30 minutes, I then experience chemical harassment symptoms. But this goes with the whole ambulance thing, and then that license plate from Alberta. Yeah, I mean, we'll just leave it at that. Like, this area is known for making movies, right? So, I mean, to push a false narrative or for what's happening to me doesn't seem far-fetched with everything else that's going on. As you can see, I leave Walmart now. I then pull off onto a side road down a dead end, or like a dead end, like roundabout industrial area, and there's currently no one behind me. This road all of a sudden got really busy, and then like I'm parked like just for like a couple minutes, right? And then there's another vehicle, and then that truck leaves, that car leaves, right? So I then leave this because what I did there was only prep my food, because I don't want to be staying at a location for too long while I'm outside and while my pot is outside cooking my food. So I prep it and then I go somewhere else. This is when I turn, and this is a dead-end commercial road, right? So I go down this road. I get to the end of this road and I can't go any further, so I have to stop here. So I finally park, right? You can't go any further because that's like private, no public access beyond that point. That's what that sign says. And I then am about to start cooking my food. And, well, sure enough, I talk about everywhere I go when I'm parked in a short period of time, there's a dog walker there. So I'm about to get outside and start cooking my food at this random dead-end road on this really shitty cloudy day, as you can see. And that vehicle's there. So, yeah, and I'm going to be documenting the license plates I have like a long list, like probably like over a dozen right now, but I'll like a handful of ones like this vehicle right here, I'll actually post those.
This is what I'm blowing out of my nose. This white, creamy, milky looking stuff that dries rock hard like an adhesive. I blew my nose and then I picked my stuff, and this is from my right nostril. I just placed it over there with my finger while I use my phone. But yeah, this is, let's put this right here and see how it dries. See how it balls up too? See how sticky it is? This is what I'm breathing in every single day. And it doesn't even want to get off my finger. So let's just leave this like this, and we'll check it when it dries. And this is all the clear stuff I blew out of my nose. Literally the back of the napkin's all wet, but the whole thing's covered. So.
What?
This is everything that I've blown out of my nose in 4 days. If you go to my journal, this is it. But as you can see, I'm still blowing down this thick, creamy stuff. Like, what is that? Right? And y'all will see how it dries. That was already dried at the bottom of my nose. Everything I blew out. This is the napkin I'm gonna retire. This stuff, look at how it dries. Look at this stuff. This is what I'm coughing and picking out of my nose. This is from like 4 days ago. I haven't added anything to it since. Look at this. We'll look at this closer another day. So, this is how my forehead is doing. And this has been 2 weeks. I haven't showered in 2 weeks. My point is that very little stuff is stuck on my forehead. So past videos where I'm going with this, on where you've seen stuff caked on my forehead, that's not, you can't argue that that's not from showering or hygiene. That's from chemicals and the stuff I'm coughing up and blowing out of my nose. This is more proof, more of what I'm saying on it's not hygiene. This is chemicals stuck to my forehead. I've been parking in Dunkin'. Anytime that I'm chemically harassed, I go to move, like recently. And if you go to look at my journal and what I've been experiencing, has been like a decrease, which reflects on what's stuck on my face. Also, this is the brand new napkin. This is the back. Look how this stuff dries and fuses to the back of the napkin. That's hard. Look at this stuff. This is what I'm coughing up. Dried chemicals. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm experiencing. Look how that dries. And look how that big thing, look how it dries at the back of the napkin. This is adhesive mixed with chemicals of some sort. Look, that's rock hard. It's literally rock hard and digging into my finger. This is what I'm breathing in. This is me being chemically harassed heavily. I blow it, whatever I'm breathing into the bottom of my nose, and I just keep on doing that over and over again. And then I finally blow it out. Look how it dries. There's napkin after napkin. Look at this. More. And more. And more. There's multiple. This. I blow my nose, and the clear stuff that I blow, I sit in there without disturbing it as it dries, and look how it dries. Thin rainbow chemicals. And if I go to pop it, chemical harassment.
I just blew everything from the bottom of my nose. There's that thick, creamy white stuff. Slowly my forehead is getting worse with, if you look at my journal.
Been here a week, and slowly now every day I'm having more and more of this stuff built up. This is what I blew out. This is what I picked out of my nose. Whatever this thick, creamy stuff is.
So this person at almost midnight, guess what they're gonna do? Oh, another vehicle pulls up. Yeah. Unplugging my car and then tries to steal my thing. She was about to fall over there. Okay. Cool. It's hard to see, it's kind of dark out.
This is how my forehead is doing. Starting to have more stuff, right? The redness. This is what I just coughed up. This is at the back of my throat. This is what I was breathing in. So this starts happening, and then I have stuff on my forehead. Literally being chemically harassed, gassed. Every day now I'm coughing stuff up now. 2 days in a row. Go to my journal and read what I'm experiencing. I haven't been as accurate every little thing, but I mean, these videos, I think I've said the same thing over and over again, and this stuff won't come off my hair. This fucking white stuff. Whatever this stuff is, this white stuff. This video is long enough. This is what I'm picking out of my nose. There's more. We'll let this dry. Oh, that's the bubble popped. But there's that thick yellow stuff and everything else that dries. That's what I'm breathing in. That's what's at the back of my nose. or the back of my throat. This is how my forehead is doing. The redness is going down, and the stuff that's stuck to my forehead is flaking off. From the 24 hours where I was heavily chemically harassed, if you look at my journal. This is the last 2 days worth. Blowing and picking out of my nose. I'm still breathing in this like thick, creamy stuff, and we've all seen how it dries. This is what I'm breathing in. It's very, very thick. Like, really thick. Here's my forehead after a shower. I think it's like 3 weeks that I went without showering, the longest I've ever been. This is everything I'm coughing and picking out of my nose. Go to my journal and see what I've been journaling and writing down. This is the chunk that I recently just had to like pick out of my nose just so I can breathe properly. And it was white, creamy, and thick. Look how it dries. This rock hard, like, this is what I'm breathing in. I'm squeezing as hard as I can and it just crumbles. And this is the most recent napkin. Look at this. I clear my throat, I spit. This is how it dries. All these like thin rainbow bubbles. And the back of the napkin like dry, like look at this spot, how it fuses and dries to the napkin. Everywhere else is smooth and soft, except there.
So even though I'm driving all the way out in Duncan, 40 minutes north of Victoria just for somewhere new, I'm still experiencing chemical harassment. I still have to like change my location every 12 to 24 hours.
This is what I coughed up today when I left the underground parking. If you check my my journal, my notes, this is the yellow stuff I'm breathing in, and y'all are gonna see how it dries. And this is what I'm coughing up. Look at the sparkly crystals of what I'm breathing in. Look at this napkin. This is what I'm coughing up. This is what I'm breathing in. The crystals. And we'll see how that dries. Oh, this is also how my forehead is doing. Healed up pretty well. I just moved. I'm still blowing stuff down the bottom of my nose. Still obviously wearing my respirator. Look how my nose is closed. That hurts. This stuff is stuck. Alright, all this stuff now is like released. My nose is like shut with whatever this was stuck. This is what I'm breathing in. In my journal, I write about that I'm gonna document what I'm blowing. It literally hurts. Oh, fuck. Whatever this is. This is what I'm blowing and what's stuck on the inside of my nose. This is what I'm breathing in. That's enough. But yeah, this like white creamy stuff. We're gonna transfer that. So as I pick and blow whatever, there's obviously signs of blood, as you can see. We're gonna let that dry. Actually, as I wet my center console with a baby wipe, look at all the blood that was. So obviously it's like some sort of like glue chemical mixture, which I've talked about in the past. Better yet, let's see if I. That's what I'm breathing in. So, I am about to open up my door and stop charging. I've been here for, if you look at my journal, you can see for yourself. There's the cord. There's me doing that. Putting the charger away. Alright, so this is my rear view, right? So I can't see behind me. But as I'm wearing the respirator. So here's the time. Here's the right side of my camera. Do you see that? Right, where is it? Right here. Did you see that? Look right here. See it? And this is me. And then I look back. So I look back and what do I see? Someone wearing an orange vest, an international person, and their camera phone up like this. And if you look at my journal and read that I've been chemically harassed for at least 4 hours straight, and the intensity has increased. And I talk about patterns of vehicles I've seen, emergency vehicles, international people, taxis, security. So as I'm chemically harassed, who's behind me? So let's go see who's behind me, right? So this is the next lot over, right? That's a Chevy, not a Dodge. This is the Dodge dealership. As you can see, all the Jeeps, brand new Jeeps. This is a Dodge dealership. Right? Dodge. Here's the time. And this is the person
I mean, I didn't do anything. I stopped, just wrote down their license plate. That's it.
XCO25F.
So again, I'm chemically harassed non-stop, and what's behind me? I'm documenting this pattern, and I can't make videos on just me driving around and every little thing I see, but I'm trying to. So, ambulance, international people, seems to be a pattern. Also, that person pulled up beside me. They instantly moved. My respirator was on the whole entire time. I needed to air out my car. Never even looked over at them. They were looking over. No idea. Didn't even look over at them. They pull up next to me, and then I just kept on driving safely.
Oh, that's not good. This is that yellow stuff. See how the napkin's also like deforming and starting to like curl? Here's that thick, creamy stuff that dries yellow. And this is hard and crispy. And chemically. So we're gonna see how this dries.
This is when I parked down this dead-end road. Here's the first vehicle to drive down. They drive down and leave. And here we go, second vehicle driving down, and right after this vehicle now parks now behind me, this is the point where I'm now chemically harassed. And within a couple minutes, I'm now then chemically harassed. This is when I parked down this. That's me right on this main road. I went left to that dead end. Now I'm parked on the other side, for context. I'm going left, going up the hill. This is the dead end. Turning around. Now, as I'm leaving, what do we have here? An e-bike. So there's an e-bike. I was at that dead end road, right? So now I'm going to go down this other dead end road. This is where I'm at. So what's the point of this? So how do I explain if I'm chemically harassed, but there's no vehicle in sight? And I just documented, which seemed, I went into a neighborhood, parked, and then all of a sudden, it's almost like I'm surrounded. I go to move, and then quickly, there's busy traffic.
Like everywhere I go at like 10 o'clock at night, there's like busy traffic down a dead-end neighborhood. So then I move, I go. So now, is the mobbing community avoiding me getting license plates? How do I explain I'm being chemically harassed? So I've been journaling and talking about e-bikes. So there's an example.
With this guy's
Let's have a look at what I coughed up today. See how it's drying. Still looks a little wet, to be honest.
with this guy's
So where am I parked? Another dead-end road, right? There's the roundabout. Here's the T on the road. Here's me driving down this dead-end road. So I'm parked down this dead-end road, and you're watching these videos on me talking about being stalked 24/7 and being chemically harassed 24/7. So now all of a sudden a vehicle pulls up, drives down and parks on the opposite side of the road. They stay there, they back up. I don't have tinted windows because, the police made me remove my tinted windows. So now this person is right next to me. They back up. They drive forward. I'm skipping. They stay there for a while. Look what they do. And they literally drove down this dead-end road, avoided driving past me, and then just, low-key looking, am I in the back seat or am I in the front seat? And they turned around and they left. And if I'm writing this, you guys literally wouldn't believe me. Every dead-end road I go, it's busy. And look at the time. And then they leave. And I'm documenting license plates. So, here we go.
So, I talk about ambulances. I go to leave. Here we go. This is when I leave. I'm being heavily chemically harassed. And I document. I know that the SUV went past me because I checked my sentry mode. I know it's this SUV right here. So, I then turn around this dead-end road. I memorize it. I stop. I stop and I safely document the license plate. It's then time as, okay, I then leave. I make a stop at the stop sign, go around the roundabout, the end of the road, right? And I then get to the stop sign, and if you look and go to my journal, you shall see that I notice suspicious activity in the distance. And sure enough, what a coincidence, ambulance drives by. This is just a pattern that I'm documenting, and hey, with everything that's going on with me, and you question mark on who has the resources to heavily stalk me and heavily chemically harass me, I've talked about it in my journal.
This is what I coughed up yesterday. All of a sudden, I'm chemically harassed nonstop. Look how hard it is. Look how hard that yellow spot is. It's really digging into my finger. Look. This is what I'm breathing in. So we're gonna, whatever, I'm breathing in and blowing out of my nose. I literally had to move locations just now. Whatever this stuff is. So that's twice in 24 hours now. Look. And I coughed up in a bottle just now. I should have spit it on the napkin. Read my journal.
So I'm on the highway. There's Uptown. I turn, then I park in a random commercial area and I prep my food. I stay here and I prep my food. And as I'm prepping my food, I then leave, go down a random commercial area. I'm in this commercial area. As you can see, it's a dead end. And I drive down in here, right? And I drive right down to the very end, this dead end commercial area, right? Just looking at vehicles, seeing if anyone's in that vehicle. Go right down to this dead end, and then I prep my food. And this is at this time right here, right?
There's lights, right? See those lights? Right here? Now they're leaving. This is as I'm trying to show you on my sentry mode. Hold on. Now they're gone.
All right, here we go. So this, look. So all of a sudden a vehicle comes in at this time, right? And the vehicle leaves, right? And where they leave to?
Was that them right here on the other side?
Because here I am cooking. This is what I'm doing right now. I'm cooking. There's my pot cooking on the stove. So I'm prepping my food somewhere because I'm experiencing stalking and chemical harassment nonstop. So then I go somewhere, prep my food, come here as you see, and within how many minutes do I have a vehicle coming down, finding out where I am, leaving, and then now they're here. I've had an international person over at Uptown when I was charging sneak up to me. So now I need to be away from people and do this so someone doesn't do something to my pot. They were around a corner, around a wall, and they took off. But I don't have any footage of it. But here's the stalking at this time of day. I go to leave. I backed up, moved forward. My car was angled in that corner while I'm cooking food, right? My pot's there. So I move over here, up here, tucked over into this corner. So if I'm experiencing chemical harassment symptoms, well, this should be better after that car.
parked on the other side of the property, right? And as soon as I move, look what we have here. All of a sudden, a car pulls down and goes exactly where I was. And it's an international person. So then I move over here for safety for while I cook food, because for whatever reason, I come into this property, a vehicle comes in and leaves and then goes in the property next. And I'm trying to avoid having anything done to my food. I move, and then this person comes back down. I mean, anyways, you guys see what I cough out and blow up my nose and how it dries every day? So I'm down by the water. I finished cooking. I let my food cool down. And I go down in here to a dead-end commercial area right down by the water. I go all the way down here. Right down by the water where there's a fence, backed up into a corner. And I proceed to eat my food. Well, I have to roll down my window, open up my pot, release all the steam, so that way the steam doesn't go in my car. And I don't have black mold in the future. So I move, go somewhere, open up my window, open up my pot. And within, how much time is that? Vehicle. This vehicle decides to park, put their lights right facing into me. So I leave. I don't want any confrontation. I move up. This person quickly speeds up, parks next to me. I have a video, and I'm going to link it to right here. So I'm
So I was parked back there,
Yeah, this is.
and then I moved up here.
Yeah,
Do you see what I'm doing right now?
yeah, you are eating.
Yeah, I'm actually homeless, and this is my one meal that I haven't had in 2 days. So, and I just cooked a hot meal, and I haven't had a hot meal in days.
So we are.
You're gonna tell me that I need to move, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so you went from banging on my passenger window, banging onto my window, banging on my driver's side window, all to tell me that I need to move, right? Because this is private property?
Yeah, this is private property, so you have to leave.
I already know that.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
Yeah. I understand because you're gonna call the police and say that a guy's in his car eating food, right?
No, I just want.
Yeah. So do not think that I know, because I'm pretty well known in the community, right?
Yeah, so we are working for them. So.
Oh no, I understand, but as a human being, and after even hearing what I just told you, you don't care, right? You just have a job to do?
Yeah, I have to job to do.
Okay. And?
I just want to move from here. That's all. You can park your car on the street.
Yeah,
you can have your good meal.
Don't
No one bother you at street.
Okay.
Yeah.
So are you like, are you rage baiting me right now?
What's that?
Well, you're smiling and you just
No, I'm not smiling.
scratched your face with your middle finger.
I have just something over there. That's why I scratched it.
So are you rage baiting me?
Huh?
Okay, so for me to move right,
I just-
for me to move right now, I would need to drive forward, and I need to go left because that's, and you're blocking my way for me to move right now.
I can clear
So
your face.
so you're just standing there with your camera
No.
while my food gets cold, when you could when you could tell me to say, okay, you're eating, all right, well, you know, I'm going to give you 5 minutes, and if you can just leave, then carry on. And then you can get back in your vehicle, and then you can get back in your vehicle and then carry on, because I've already talked to you. No, but this is what you wanted. You could say that.
If you said I can,
You could say that. But this is what you wanted. Banging on my passenger side, banging on my windshield, banging on this, because you want this interaction.
I have to inform you that this is private property and you have to leave from here.
I know that.
Yeah. So now.
So now what? So now you're just standing there and I can't even leave. I can't leave. You have me blocked on that side with your car. You're on this side. What do you want me to do? There's a hill up here.
Just leave from here.
Yeah, I know. Do you have your video now? Yeah. Exactly.
I go. So, I was just parked for an hour. There you go, I go to leave. There's Costco gas station, Costco to the right. There's a cleaner. There's a Pepsi truck at the lights there. This is a yield. I have to come to a complete stop because this Pepsi truck goes by. I make the turn. This vehicle comes down. Oh no, it wasn't that vehicle, it was the vehicle behind me. Okay. So a vehicle from behind me comes flying up my butt on the on-ramp on the highway. Okay. Look at this aggressive behavior. Look at this. Look at this. Gonna run me off the fucking highway. Can you imagine? And what happened yesterday with the security? Oh, look, it's the same company. The same security company. Look. I believe they're in Vic West. and it's all international people. So that happened yesterday. So I guess the video clip on Buddy rage baiting me and being a little extra for a security guard didn't go so well. So the mobbing community, which these people are part of, are now realizing that, well, am I leaving the city? Am I heading out of the city? This is what happens. Taxi cabs, security, all night long, no matter where I go. And because no matter where I park, within 30 to 60 minutes, I'm chemically harassed. And how is that possible? My location. Here we go. I'm parked for an hour. I go to leave. International person follows me on the highway, is aggressive, which I can only assume is from the yesterday interaction with maybe it's the same person. I'm not too sure. Same company. And I'm leaving Victoria. That person watches me leaving Victoria. So once that vehicle goes by, there's a vehicle behind. Here's where the Harley Davidson is, and the Shell gas station. And the vehicle that was behind me is now getting off the highway. So that person now sees me leaving Victoria, heading up Island.
So I've now left the city, driving 20 minutes, and here's all this white creamy stuff that I'm blowing out of my nose. And here's everything I just picked out of my nose. Here's all this white creamy stuff. This is what I was breathing in while I was parked. So it's the corner right here. I coughed up and spit on the napkin. That's still drying. So, top left corner.
It's not much, but I already blew everything out of my nose, but I was just heavily chemically harassed just now. So I had to park down this road as I worked. And as I worked down this long dead-end road, I was done working. This long dead-end road. So then I went and stopped here because I went to go journal some more. So then I stay here. I'm gonna go back and park. So I was just working. I wasn't staying there. Right? But it's when I parked here is when I was heavily chemically harassed. Like really bad. And there was some suspicious activity on like vehicles going by. But yeah, there is this vehicle now pulls in. I'm about to leave. And there is no one. There's a van. See the smoke? There's a van idling there. I think it's A007DE. But it just seems that no matter where I go, like I have to go back and park down like a really new, like really nice neighborhood. Because when I go outside of town or I go to a dead end, within 30 to 60 minutes I go to leave, there's then this kind of suspicious activity in the area. Like that's just right around the corner, and there was no one parked there when I got there. And I was just heavily chemically harassed at that stop sign. And then I go to leave, and then there's all this like weird activity with like suspicious people.
That license plate is held on by a fabric dealership bracket from the trunk. And this Mustang is still parked here, which seems to be new. So I'm documenting license plates, right? But this is the nice neighborhood, and within 10 minutes I'm chemically harassed.
Right.
This is how my face and my forehead is doing. I've been noticing some of these like thin white flakes. Still wearing my respirator.
So here's that stuff that is the most recent. Thick, creamy stuff dries the same as everything else. Fuses to the napkin. Right. This is all hard and dried, crystally, bubbly stuff. That's what I've coughed up. This crystally stuff. This is what I'm coughing up. Looks like chemicals to me. This hard stuff. And this is what I blew out of my nose. And this is what I picked out of my nose today. I ate something warm. This is what I blew out. And every day that I stay in Dunkin' longer and longer, the more stuff, the more I'm chemically harassed, the more I'm blowing and coughing up.
Right.
What? This is everything I just blew out of my nose, all this clear stuff. And then here's the thick, creamy stuff I was able to pick out. All the stuff that I've been blowing down at the bottom of my nose, everything I've been writing in my journal. And then here's the other side on how that stuff dries. We've all seen it before. Rock hard. And then even like if you look at the napkin under this, like look how it's all deformed. That's on my forehead. That's out of my nose. Looks like the exact same shit. The same shit stuck to my forehead, even though it's not a lot, is the exact same shit that's coming out of my nose. Look. When I'm breathing in, and when I blow down, look, it's the exact same shit. When I'm breathing in, I'm literally being gassed. My air is being poisoned, literally. Now, see how it's like kind of like white and like creamy? It's not as yellow. So this, whatever this new stuff is, it's more white, like a creamy white. It's not as yellow, and my nose isn't getting clogged the same way. And the stuff just crumbles also. It really does. It really is crumbling. Kind of rubbery too. Look. This is what I'm breathing in. Brand new napkin. Not a lot, but it's something. It's this new, like, thick, creamy stuff. of whatever this is. Today has been surprisingly, like, practically nothing until recently. 4 in the morning. So we'll let this dry. We're going to use this one to cough up because I've been spitting in a bottle, like this bottle. So we're going to start putting it on the napkin now. Look, this thing's like full.
This person comes to happily put something on my vehicle, and I guess they were talking with other people in the area. So then they stayed here for a while. So someone was parked here for a while. And it's a dog walker. So a person walked their dog in the neighborhood and then left. So then the place next to me, a lot of people, this is the place that's next to me, that I assume is how I'm being heavily chemically harassed. There's more, and there's this man with this, here's this man right here. So then here's this man again. I guess maybe he's the owner of this house. He seems to be happy and smiling. Who then is looking in my vehicle. And then there's these people. This lady lives right here in this house. And then this person lives where they are. And this is... So these three people, the house next to me, this lady living here, and then this dude, or this person living there. Yeah. So then they talk about me. And oddly, they're like looking... Yeah, I keep parking here. I keep on moving to charge and also go to Victoria, but I also keep on coming back here. It's been a safe place up until recently. So up until last night was the heaviest I've ever been chemically harassed. But now, all of a sudden there's a powwow. So what does that mean? Did the locals chemically harass me? There's no reaction from me. So now it's like, okay, what do we do now? We're like trying to squish him out like a cockroach isn't working. So what do we do? Right? So a police officer recently on court said that people are scared. These people don't look scared. Right? Person's smiling. And this woman comes over that she's been walking her dog. So that guy goes to the house over there now. So now everyone's chit-chatting. And after that happens, that's when these people are still talking. That's when they leave a note on my vehicle. Right, they're still chatting. That lady goes back home. And then they're still chatting. Still chatting. And then they leave a note on my vehicle.
Pushing.
This is what I coughed up while charging. And this is the corner I talk about in my journal when I've been coughing up the last 24, 48 hours. This is what I'm breathing in. This corner. This is all hard. This is hard, how it's dried to napkin. That's dried, hard, chemically spray foam or something bubbles. This is what I'm breathing in. This is what I'm breathing in, and then when I don't have a reaction, when I'm heavily chemically harassed, when I'm gassed with this stuff, right? Well, then threats of police if I don't leave. Right? People are like, oh, well, we're going to call the police. We tried chemically harassing you, so we're going to call the police. But it doesn't matter where I go. This happens. This is all dried. Like, that's a dried bubble. And then this is what I was blowing out of my nose. I blow my nose, right? It'd be all like white and creamy. And then look how it dries. This like yellow weird stuff that indents into the napkin and dries rock hard. And then I started picking my nose. This is when I'm picking my nose. Look, this is everything I blow down to the bottom of my nose, right? And then I place it here, and then now it's rock hard. Now it just crumbles. Let's get this stuff out. So this is what I just blew out. This thick, creamy stuff. This is what I blew. And that's what I just picked out. This thick, creamy, yellowish stuff, which seems in the past to be more yellow, but this seems to be like diluted with something. And see how it like balls up? So we'll see how that dries. But this is what I'm breathing in and what I'm experiencing in Duncan, BC.
So, I drove in this random commercial area at the back, and I prepped my food. After prepping my food, I parked down this random dead-end road, and I literally just started cooking. Backed into a corner, and I stayed here. So I stayed here for like 30 minutes or so, and near the end of that time, I experienced some chemical harassment the last like a couple of minutes. So I go, I drive, I get to this light, right? I'm at this light. And the first vehicle is this truck. And then followed by that car. Yes, truck and car. So you'll have to trust me, but that is a Saskatchewan license plate. 1000%. And that's 266 NVC Saskatchewan. Now, I'm Saskatchewan, And what are the odds that after I'm parked for 30 minutes, I go to leave in the first vehicle to leave, and this person just flies and speeds down the road, and then the next vehicle is EX914E with an N plate. So I'm chemically harassed when I'm parked within 30 minutes of somewhere. I go to leave. These are the two vehicles. Can't soup and rice and craft dinner.
This is what I just blew out of my nose. This thick, creamy stuff. Whatever this stuff is what I blew. And that's this thick, creamy stuff is what I picked out. I picked out some stuff earlier, but yeah. Every day.
Ouch. So from this highway, I then hang a right, and I go down this road. The car in front of me leaves. I then eat my food as it's cooled down with this nice, beautiful view, right? And I document on people, here's my surroundings, on license plates. I've been documenting license plates and how the mobbing community has been avoiding driving down to a dead end. And then this person comes down to a dead end as I leave. So then I leave and go back to the main road. And I've been also documenting as soon as I crossed over this hill and got to the stop sign, then there were siren lights. And the siren is, there's the ambulance. I've been documenting this pattern on after being parked for, 15, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, I go to leave, and I'm just making these videos to show a pattern. I go down here, and then I safely pull over here to the right. Once there's a car parked here, I safely pull over to the right here, and there's... So the first vehicle to be behind me as I'm driving is this vehicle, which is DVJ 978. And then this vehicle was the second person to drive by extremely fast, GX567R. And I talk about, like how everywhere I go, I'm then chemically harassed shortly after. So this is the traffic that's behind me when I leave a place, just documenting my surroundings. This is what I just coughed up. This is what I'm picking out my nose, thick, creamy stuff. Please go to my journal, and this is the worst, the heaviest I've been chemically harassed since I've been in Duncan. But that's the corner I've been coughing stuff up. Now I have to put my... There's stuff being built on my forehead there. Every day I'm having this thick, creamy stuff that's drying like you've seen it in the other videos. I'm parked down this dead-end commercial area by a dumpster here. So this is the moment I start to leave. I'm leaving. Here's the stop sign. First vehicle to go by. Moments later, the second vehicle to go by. Just down this road to the right-hand side is one of the neighborhoods I've been parking in. And a couple seconds down the road, right past this neighborhood, there's a roundabout right here. Take a wild guess on what vehicle I'm gonna see next. I'm making a right-hand turn on the roundabout, and if you guessed ambulance, you're right. Ambulance comes down the road. I make a right-hand turn. Here's the other neighborhood I'm now
just down the road, the other neighborhood that I often park in, and actually I was just parked in. And this is the third vehicle I'm going to be seeing coming down here. Right there. I've been documenting how I haven't had vehicles directly following me down dead-end roads anymore. That has pretty much stopped. But I'm still being chemically harassed. And I'm operating at, 2:30 in the morning. So, questions on, how could anyone still know where I am? And I'm still experiencing activity from after I'm being parked, and I'm trying to show this other pattern here. So this is where I've been charging, thankfully. I'm really lucky to have this place, but my cameras don't show, but there's the chargers right there. Once I'm parked here, then I've had several vehicles, and it's been pretty busy along this road. Maybe that's common. I'm not sure.
The weird.
So as soon as I went to unplug and leave my charging station here, there's a guy and a dog that walked to the right. And he walked across over here. There's some guy in a hoodie and stuff. Right up here. This guy right here walked by. And I'm not sure if you can see the white stuff that I've blown down right here. This is stuff that I've blown down to the bottom of my nose. And at the same time, I'm experiencing chemical harassment every time around 5 o'clock. And it's whatever this white stuff is. And everything that I'm coughing up on this napkin. Alright. See? Look at all this stuff. This is what I'm coughing up. This is what I'm spitting. This is what I'm breathing in. Look how the napkin is diffused. I've only been coughing up on this corner, and look. The corner is rock hard. Look, this is what I'm breathing in. So I go to leave, and then there's that guy as soon as I moved from the back seat to the front seat. And anytime I have some sort of routine. So, was that intimidation? Dog walker? I'm chemically harassed, and then it stops. And then I go somewhere else, and it happens again. Look at this stuff. This is what I'm coughing up. And the whole napkin is covered in this like sparkly stuff. This is what I'm blowing out of my nose. The clear stuff dries all sparkly. Look. Oh, it's just regular clear stuff. But look how it dries. And then the yellow stuff, it indents into the napkin. Those yellow lines are indented into the napkin. If you look on the other side, look, they indent, and it's hard. It's grooved. Look how that's bumped up and grooved and dried from this yellow stuff. And then the clear stuff, or the creamy white stuff that I pick out of my nose, right? That balls up. I place it here. Look how it dries. It's hard. I hear that snap. Look, here's a snap of this hard stuff. This is what I'm breathing in. Also, the demographic of the mobbing community all look the same. There's the hospital. I just passed the roundabout. So I've been noticing, this is my turn, this is in the neighborhood, there's like 3 dead ends that I've been rotating in. There's a truck, and then there's a Subaru. Just wanted to document that. So as soon as I pull up, which the last couple of days it seems I might be noticing a pattern. Could be nothing, I'm not sure. But that's my surroundings. not the... Right here, there's the yellow stuff. That's the back of my throat. My nose is clogged pretty deep, like right about here. My nose is very sore from wearing my respirator. Please go to my journal and read what I've experienced. And I just coughed up a chunk at the top left-hand corner. Right there. This is right next to the corner that I'm experiencing.
Like.
My nose is slowly not being clogged deeply. This is breathing in. There's that chunk of whatever that stuff is. So that's the corner I've been coughing up and spitting in. Ugh. And that's what if you go to my journal and read. I'm also gonna make a sentry mode video on very obvious suspicious activity right now. So at midnight, right? If you read my journal, it got too painful sitting there, the chemical harassment. And I'm like, oh wow, there is a lot of vehicles here. And PetSmart lights are on, as you can see. I'm just slowly documenting license plates. I go around, just documenting all the license plates, right? Document the license plates. For side note, we have as I'm charging with a vehicle that's going by. So little side note, I'll put that together in a second. But right when I'm done, all of a sudden, people are done, they're leaving. So within several minutes of me documenting license plates, all of a sudden the PetSmart lights are closed and everyone's leaving, right? Just wanted to get that on sentry mode. So I go and I get the rest of the license plates, where there's this one, and then there's milestones. There's one car in behind milestones here, and I go around back. I write that on the license plate. I go around back and behind the building, and then there's also this vehicle back here. So I wait, I don't know, just like a couple of minutes. So as I'm waiting, I'm still have my HVAC fan blasting on 10 until you just see me like turn it down now. And slowly the chemical harassment symptoms are fading. Whatever, my nose that's deeply clogged is slowly, I have a drip that goes to the back of my throat, which you just, the video before this, you see me coughing up, and there's like an odd chunk, which you see how it dries, and you'll see how that dries. And as soon as I go from in behind the building, guess what I see? So this is when I'm at the building, I stop, and this is when I leave from in behind the building. Like I'm just in behind a commercial building, strip plaza. So I go from in behind the building, and there's still like half of the vehicles still at PetSmart, but guess what's at the far distance? What car is that? That immediately starts to leave, and they're at a stop sign. They immediately leave, then they take off. They're just parked at the stop sign, oddly. That was a taxi cab, and it's dark in my sentry mode, but some of the people that were leaving PetSmart were international people, and all the people driving those taxi cabs are international people, and I document about stalking. So it's painful, I'm chemically harassed. So I then leave and I stop at this red light, and I'm about to leave.
So I talk about stalking. All of a sudden I go to leave and write down license plates. And when I do that, then PetSmart and all those cars pack up and leave, which just seems kind of odd. And I make the corner, and there's 2 taxi cabs. Taxi cab. So 2 taxi cabs, all of a sudden they leave, right? And again, I know I'm just doing this on the fly. No, it's really bad at this, but like editing but as you can see, you know, if I'm documenting being chemically harassed everywhere I go, well, how is that possible? Who's doing it? Well, now I'm here, and in the middle of this video, it's like 12:30 at night. I stopped and I paused and I showed a truck going by. So when I leave here, is there going to be taxi cabs now? Because that taxi cab wasn't there when I did my lap. So are the taxi cabs going to like double back? And then I'm always circled, and then I go to leave, and then okay, what location am I? Am I going to Victoria? Am I going to Duncan? Am I like wherever I'm going, right? There's only so many directions, and once that direction is known, once that area is known, there's taxi cabs everywhere. There's security. Those are international people. I made a video not long ago about security, about like 3 or 4 contacts of security within minutes of everywhere I went, and all international people. So, you know, and then once I'm parked, well, shortly after, within like an hour, I'm chemically harassed. Almost like every time. How is that possible? And so I'm not directly heavily stalked. Like, cars don't follow me down to a dead-end road anymore because I'm documenting license plates. But I'm seeing more contractors, more security, more taxi cabs. That happens a lot. Or now it'll be like a vehicle where, like, you know, I'm charged, like it's practically impossible to get that truck's license plate, right? And it's just like a truck driving by. So I have a separate license plate notepad where, so, you know, I'll just keep like a memory like note on license, and I have like license plates on just cars that are around me now. You know, especially at like 1, 2, 3 in the morning. Anyhow, I now have a little bit more stuff to the back of my throat, and my nose, like, I can't really stick my finger like more than this because there's so much stuff stuck in the back and like inside my nose. It's so uncomfortable, which I'll just pick out now. Why not, right? Oh, I feel so much better already. This stuff is stuck. Here's the stuff. Which if I get out this and place it down, it exactly lines. There's stuff that I've blown down to the bottom of my nose that's dried, more stuff, this thick, creamy, white, sticky stuff, and it dries, and it's the same stuff. Same stuff. This is just built up. It's just more built up of what this is. And look how crunchy this stuff is. Look how crunchy and crispy all this stuff that I'm coughing up. Look how it dries in the napkin. It's totally warped and disformed the napkin. Now I can breathe better, but my this stuff is literally stuck in my nose.
November, X-ray Bravo, Saskatchewan. How are you?
Hey.
What are you doing here? So there's military property.
Yeah, I figured once you started walking over here and yelling that I was just gonna start moving, but
No.
you're.
I'm trying to make contact with you, so I'm trying to make lawful contact with an unknown party. We don't know who you are. We don't know what your business is here. And because this is federal government property, we have to identify everybody here.
Oh, I don't mind moving, but like, what does it look like that I'm doing?
I don't know. I just see you shoving some proof into your face, and I'm trying to make lawful contact with you.
Oh, I understand.
Your actions indicate that you're trying to purposely ignore us.
No, I was about to leave.
No, well, no. Now,
Okay, but
when your vehicle, I don't care if you're recording or not. I don't care what you put this on. I'm telling you, the vehicle is turned off, and you're shoving food into your face, and I'm trying to tap your window to make lawful contact. You're lucky you're not dealing with the police right now, because military police have more jurisdiction than city and RCMP. You'd be out of the car right now. And
but how long have I been here?
It doesn't matter.
30 seconds?
Doesn't matter. You're not legally allowed to be here. Military police property.
Okay.
Order you to leave. If you don't want to leave, it's called night prowling, which is a criminal offense, and they take the car.
Didn't I say I was just about to leave, but you wanted to make
contact? When I made contact with you, sir. Everything is recorded.
What do you told me to roll down my window, and you wanted to make.
Yes, I did, because I'm trying to make contact. And your vehicle...
But I'm about to leave, and you're saying that you're being contradictory.
No, I'm not. You're the one that had the vehicle powered off. You're taking...
For 30 seconds.
It doesn't matter.
I went to get cheese for my trunk.
It doesn't matter.
And I took a bite out of my cheese.
When I'm making lawful contact with you...
Well, now that you've done that, and now I'm now doing what you're telling me to do.
Only after I'm trying to make contact. Your actions were deliberately ignoring my lawful contact.
Because I was about to leave, because I didn't want any...
If you were leaving,
I didn't...
your car
I didn't want any issues.
It doesn't matter. You created the issue and you chose to ignore me. Leave the property.
I'm about to do that. Can I do that safely? Are you going to walk in front of my car? You seem really, are you under the influence of something?
If you want to make a statement like that, you can go to jail for criminal trespass and we'll ban you for life.
I'm going to leave.
Do not come back. We already have your license plate. If you do come back, you'll be arrested for criminal trespass.
All right. Why are you slurring your words?
I'm not slurring anything. If you want to make an accusation like that.
So I was parked here for a while, and this is when I go to leave. And while I'm parked here, I'm editing a video. And I made a video for 5 minutes, and as soon as I go to leave down this road, right, you're gonna see that I go down this road, and the first vehicle that I see, right there, after being parked for a while. This is the vehicle. A lot of damage. That vehicle is WM598W. So this is when I parked. So I parked here at 2:25. So then I leave at 2:45. So I'm parked here for 20 minutes. And I haven't seen a vehicle go past me. I haven't seen any vehicle anywhere. Been peace and quiet. But after being parked for 20 minutes, I then go to leave. And then all of a sudden down the road, there's a vehicle. And I can't even get close to them because as soon as... So I can't get their license plate because they immediately turn. And this is what's been happening recently. So they turn. WM598W. So, yeah. I mean, I'm documenting being chemically harassed, right? Within 30 to 60 minutes of being parked somewhere, and it's, you know, it's 2:45 in the morning, and that's the only traffic that's around after being parked for a while. I don't know what else to tell you guys. So
this is everything I just blew and picked out of my nose. Every day now, thick, creamy stuff. Here's the stuff I was able to blow out again, and have a look at the stuff that's dried from what I coughed up. Right, there's the corner that I was coughing up. Right here. Yeah, have a look at this stuff. That's rock hard too. Anyways, we'll look at it more. Every day I'm breathing this stuff in. I'm at the stop sign now in this like neighborhood, and you can hear it so loudly. I was chemically harassed. No one stopped just now. My nose, I have a headache right now, and those people are like right in front of me, right next to the shipping containers, and I'm chemically harassed. You have all these people. Oh, look at that chunk. So coughed up twice now after getting fresh air. Now let's see if anyone else got tickets. This is where I am. Dallas Road. Right here. So this is where I was parked right here. I mean, this lot is completely empty, right? And there's there's two other cars here, right here. And let's see if they got a ticket. Did they get a ticket? No, those people didn't get a ticket. Let's get another angle. No ticket on the windshield. So I find it interesting that I'm parked in an empty parking lot, minding my own business. But this giant group of people can park here and gather and blare music in the middle of the night, and that's okay. But I'm just quietly parked over here, and I'm ticketed, and other people aren't. So I just finished picking my nose, and look, already, it's been like 12 hours, this thick creamy stuff, and then there's all the clear stuff that I blew out. There's all this clear stuff, right? Right? And then look at the stuff that I coughed up. Look how it's drying. All this dried, rock hard stuff. The same stuff as everything else. This is what I'm breathing in, and I blow to the bottom of my nose. If you look in my journal, this is what it is. And then look, the stuff deeper in my nose that hasn't dried yet, that's all sticky. Here's me entering Beacon Hill Park. That gate is closed to go up top, but there's a bunch of vehicles all right here, so I just stop right up here. I stop here. This is the point where I make a video. You can see the video I made on what I coughed up and what I'm blowing at the bottom of my nose. So I go and park here. It's a 3.5 hour parking. This is when I park. I'm now parked here. I go to leave at this time. Shortly after, I notice some suspicious activity on this road. So I go to leave. This is Dallas Road right here. I'm now on Dallas Road. That vehicle turns on their lights and does a UE to come in behind me, an illegal U-turn. Their license plate was destroyed. Their license plate is 352 NEF. So from Beacon Hill, I hung a left here, and I'm entering into Cook Street Village. Let's speed this up. And I decide to park right here and just chill. At this time, I noticed a truck right here that pulls in, and they start to park. I back into a driveway, and then they immediately take off. This truck. I backed into a driveway. I then make a turn down this road, and there's that truck. This is a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone with speed bumps. Here's a stop sign. Alright, so there's that truck. There's the stop sign, right? Stop sign. Right, now let's turn it to the left mode here for a second. And let's look down this road right here. Right? Let's just wait for a second. Let's wait. Right there, what's that? Alright, so I make my turn. Right? Right there, what's that? That's an e-scooter. So I'm going to show you where that guy was. So there is that road over here, and then there's a field in here, and then there's another road that branches off from Beacon Hill Park. There's an e-scooter, and then so there was that random truck. Here's that truck. They got stopped at a red light, and their license plate is WV8861. I then go straight, they turn. Here's that road where the e-scooter came out of. There's parking and all that kind of stuff, Beacon Hill Park. Then there's just there's the field over here to the right. This is the entrance on where that truck entered and exited. Parks Division, Administration Office, Maintenance Yard. There's a time and date. That's where they were. And if you look, here's that entrance for there. This is where I was parked right here on Cook Street, and that's where the truck was. There's the field, and then there's the scooter that comes through here. Now, I talk about being chemically harassed, and e-scooters don't have license plates. So I'm just documenting my surroundings, especially at 2:30 in the morning on a Monday, and I mean, I'm being chemically harassed, and anytime I'm parked with a short period of time, again, I'm just documenting my surroundings, and I'm just curious on why I'm coughing up and blowing what I'm blowing out of my nose. So alright, so I was in here and I was recording, making a video. The video I just made in this maintenance yard, right? And that's where I was parked.
I go to turn on my lights, and immediately a car drives down. Right? That car parks right there. I'm using my car in the sentry mode just to document it. A man gets out, whatever. We have speed bumps, all that jazz. Again, I think this is like a 30 zone. Complete stop. That vehicle immediately made a left-hand turn. They were parked right here. They're not there anymore. I back up in this driveway. I come to a stop at the stop sign. This vehicle license plate is XE159G. And there's another vehicle that's coming by. And after I was in this area for a while, I noticed that there was a little bit of a busy traffic around 3 in the morning on a Monday. That person continues there. I just do a loop around this roundabout, and I head back down to Dallas Road. As soon as I get it around this corner, notice the vehicle right here. Here's the time. And this vehicle is now at the other end, and they immediately make a left-hand turn. Now, take a wild guess at what vehicle is going to be at the stop sign, the four-way stop at the end of this road to the right. Take a wild guess on what it's going to be. Here's a stop sign. I don't think you can see it from this angle, can you? We'll switch it to the right. There's the vehicle. So that's the vehicle that's behind me. And I then go down to this road right here and hang a right. Oh, if you guessed police, you were right. Did they use their blinker though? Yeah, they used their blinker. So there's a turnaround point at the end of this road. This is one of the most beautiful spots ever in Victoria for sightseeing. And I go down to the end of this road. And without stopping, I make a perfect U-ey, because that's how good of a driver I am. Perfectly all the way around, don't have to back up, nothing, never hit those things. And oh, there's the police, and they waited for me. Now the police now goes down to the end of that thing. They stop there. Well, I think they're coming now. Pretty sure the police are coming. Now, so I'm documenting my surroundings using my car, right? The whole sentry mode thing. And I'm using my sentry mode to document my surroundings. And this always happens on where I'm chemically harassed, right? So the minute I start, the simplest thing for me to protect myself, right, is to just document some of my surroundings. If you notice when I make these videos, it's usually at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, right? And there's been a pattern on Saturday or on Sundays. There's been a pattern on Sundays, and so at that time of day, it's for one just like the safest to document my surroundings, and I do it in a safe manner. And if you look at my recent Central Sandage Court appearance with Officer Bonneau, and if you read my transcript of that hearing and how that officer described me, and and how police are describing me,
right? So police are just describing me in a negative light, and then I'm having people in the community, so they leave. People in the community, and we already know that there's block watch and all that jazz, and I've documented patterns in the past on, on like, say, why would I be treated like this? And again, if you read my transcript of Officer Bonneau and how he described me, it's just disgusting. So then I'm being chemically harassed. Well, why is that possible? And why would locals in the community do that? And conveniently, when I start documenting my surroundings, I'm just getting a license plate. Often these license plates are damaged. So I get the license plate, and I'm in an area, and all of a sudden it starts getting busy. So I just go around like a roundabout, go the speed limit, again, documenting my surroundings, and not doing anything illegal. And all of a sudden then, police show up. Well, how convenient. Police are always so quick to show up. But why is it when I go and just carefree, just go and park somewhere, within 20 to 40 minutes, I have chemical harassment symptoms? Right? So that keeps on happening, right? Mental health is pushed on me, right? I'm brought to the hospital, which is just like a desperate attempt from Oak Bay to pull Section 28. It was just really to see, just for them to draw blood, right? So is that, like, politicians or political people in the area be like, well, just bring him in, let's just draw his blood. We need to have something to put blame and point fingers to justify, right? To get rid of this cockroach, because we're squishing him, but he won't squish. So then they draw my blood, and then I'm released because an excuse was already made for the first Section 28 on just because there is small amounts of marijuana in my system, right? And then immediately, boom, paranoia, right? Well, now they can't say that now, right? Oh, and that XE159G, there was 2 people in that car, and they're international people. And it's always the same demographic, right? If it's not international people, it's like retired people with like a disability, of like white people, people that kind of like self-harm, people in the trans LGBTQ plus community, because they'll have those stickers on their vehicle. It's always like the same sort of like church people, or like people that, like, I want to call them like fake Christians, or like these people that follow like the word of God, like people that are part of a community. And I mean, I've already, like, surely my luck is like, can't be this bad. And like, you see what I'm coughing up and blowing and picking out of my nose. That's not happening for no reason. And if you look at older videos on when I didn't have my Tesla, and how I had my Buick, and I was living in Saskatoon, you could see the stuff within 2 or 3 days built up. It's the same stuff, but it was way worse. But now I have this Tesla, now I have Sentry mode. I still have the symptoms, but they're like a quarter of what they were. And I document to where I get into a new area, I have like a 24, 48 hour, 4-day max window on where, if it's like a nice, really like where, like, pretty much where good white people live, like a really nice neighborhood, and it's like wholesome, like, white people like that wave and smile and, say hi to you type shit. That's like the safest I am, until like a week max, and then I start getting notes on my car. Police will show up, the chemical harassment symptoms start, and it's almost like police are at the helm of this ship on torturing me, and trying to convince people that
and saying negative things about me, like what they did in court, Officer Bonneau, and are trying to justify on, well, Renee's going to keep on parking here unless you treat him like a cockroach and poison his air. That's what it seems like what's happening here in Canada. Right? Like the easiest way, you know, if someone doesn't take MAID, or if you're deemed unworthy to be part of the community or a community that's funded by whoever, then you are just squished. You're poisoned. Your food is literally poisoned, not microplastics, you know, literally poisoned. And it's all international people that are running the like these restaurants. And then it's, yeah, we'll just leave it at that. So here's that brand new charging station. And if you're wondering where I am making this video and talking, here I am. And look, all of a sudden that gate is closed. Those are those two cars, and I was parked over here in that empty lot, right? That gate is closed. For like 5 years on and off, I've lived in Victoria, and I've parked down there dozens and dozens of times. That gate has never, not once, been closed. All of a sudden, I parked there, I get a ticket, now that gate is closed. So here's that gate, and I just parked right here for a little bit. This is when I start to leave. And if you look at my journal, this is when I experienced, for about a minute, I experienced chemical harassment. So I leave. I park down this dead end road right here. There's a Fisherman's Wharf. On the other side of this is where the Coast Guard is, where I had that security guard. So I park down here, down this dead end road for a little bit, park here, and I wait, and I sit here. Oh, and yeah, I mean, other people can live in like giant vehicles and the same spot. Oh, I've seen this guy twice now in the same spot. No issues. So I go to leave. This is when I leave, right? And there's a point to this. There's a point at the end of this video. All right, check the time. So the legislator is right here, right? So, and this is like all in this like little corner. Like I've been just doing laps in like the James Bay area, Cook Street Village. But the moment I leave that area, taxi cab right there. And what flies? That security, same security company, right? So I go to leave. That taxi cab then takes off. The first taxi cab hangs a left here. This taxi cab goes straight. I hang a left. I'm at this set of lights. There's a 7-Eleven. I used to deliver there with Coca-Cola. Now all of a sudden, I get down the road and take a wild guess on who's now next to me. Does that truck look familiar? All of a sudden, there's this younger couple. So that's the same pickup truck. So I spent all that time just parking here, over here, just documenting and journaling and writing. And all of a sudden, I go to leave that area, and now the same pickup truck that I noticed when I was parked for a while, that went in that maintenance yard and left, and there was like an e-scooter. All of a sudden, I go to leave that James Bay area, and then they're right next to me all of a sudden. Here's a time here. And there's Vic PD. Right? And there's the pickup truck. WV8816, I think. WV8861. Now, their whole driving So here's me getting to this light at first, and this is the first moment. So I stop, right? So I stop here, but then they purposely stay in my blind spot right here. See that? There's a whole car length gap between them and the front line. That in itself is pretty suspicious. But as soon as I leave that area, they then turned. If you go to like Sandage or Vic PD, the website, and you go to like volunteer, the section to volunteer, there's spots where people in the community can volunteer and work with the police, whether it be like a bicycle gig or what have you. So the question is, how am I chemically harassed? It's, you know, and anywho, I'm documenting just my surroundings, and this seems to be a pattern. I mean, is it coincidental that I go to leave and now that vehicle is like right there? You tell me, man. Thetis Lake Regional Park. This is the time. So there's little divots on the side of the road right there. No cars parked. Side of the road empty. Side of the road empty. Oh, here's this little area right here where cars park. Empty, not a single car. Side of the road empty. Side of the road empty. Here's the other main parking lot. Not a single vehicle. Empty. Look familiar? Here's Highland Road. So the point of this video is, one, this is a dead end. Two, when I was parking down that dead end road, when I would leave and when I would be chemically harassed, there'd be 2 to 3 vehicles that I documented. If you go back to my journal around that time, there'd be like someone in the vehicle just chilling, people lingering. Now I'm not parking there. I come here randomly, 0 vehicles. No one's parked there. So to go back on, wherever I go, there's always suspicious activity that follows. I'm stalked 24/7 for years, and it's well documented.
This is the first time a vehicle has come down this road now, and it's a contractor vehicle. And shortly after it, they then leave. So I have been writing about contractor vehicles in my journal. Second vehicle to pull in here. This is the first vehicle to leave the property. They went real slow. Something was said too. Pretty suspicious. Drive in and drive out.
It's gonna.
Let's put it right in this corner. I was gonna wait, but I literally can't. I have to. Look how deformed this napkin is. I can feel the grooves on the other side. My nose has so much stuff. how sore my face is from wearing a respirator. Look, there's like that dried little hair of me blowing stuff down. Look how it dries. Alright, there's everything I was able to pick out. Everything I've blown to the bottom of my nose and it dries. So that's where I was coughing up. And that was the most recent over here. I haven't been able to film up close. And now this will be this corner.
It's gonna...
So I leave this dead-end dirt road at this time. The only vehicle to be in the area is this one at 3 in the morning. Right? And I made the video recently, which is RM226N. RM226N. So here's this Shell gas station around this time. I make a right-hand turn at the Shell gas station. Here's my rear view. And now there's a vehicle behind me. Guess what kind of vehicle it is. So this is the highway right here. Highway 1 to head towards Tesla, and right in front of me is the entrance on Thicc Regional Park. And this parking lot's closed. It's 3 in the morning, right? But guess where this vehicle's going? A taxi cab. The first vehicle to go by now. I've parked at 319. So 10 minutes later, this vehicle goes by this way. And since I've been in the sentry mode at 3:43, a vehicle just went by, a Jeep went by this way, went by the other way. But at 3:40, so 10 minutes after that vehicle went by, I now, as I'm breathing through my nose, the tip of my tongue has tingling, and I have mild signs right now of chemical harassment. The respirator stops that, and it usually builds up. But yeah, I'm experiencing chemical harassment symptoms right now.
So I'm about to get into James Bay here, and I noticed some suspicious activity right here. A bunch of dudes with backpacks right here. And I'm only doing this just because I was heavily chemically harassed. And this plaza right here to the right is where the security. So I stop the stop sign, and I'm at Thrifty's parking lot. And there's a security guard that comes down this road and parks in this plaza. If I can hurry up here a second. So, did they already park? Yeah, they already parked, right? And there's a vehicle already parked there. So, yeah, there they are. That's the vehicle right there in that plaza. They're about to back in. So as I'm pulling in the parking lot, the security guard drives in, pulls in, and then backs in. Yeah, see, look, they're backing in. And that vehicle... So that vehicle that parked across the street, that security guard backs into the parking spot. He then gets out and goes around in the back of that plaza. And then all of a sudden, guess what? Like, now a taxi cab is pulling in behind me. They pull in just to leave. Right? So they just pull in just to leave. Now they leave. Now, I'm heavily chemically harassed here. Now, for one,
so as soon as I started to move from the back seat to the front seat, this vehicle went by. Now, if I check so they were off over into my blind spot. I can't see. And as you can see, this is when I turn on my lights. I start backing up. And look, this person with a backpack at 2:30 in the morning was off to the left side. Yeah, as soon as I move from the back seat to the front seat, that person comes down with a backpack, and I can't see that with my cameras that far. So as leaving downtown, the first vehicle to be in front of me and to pass me, I didn't see many vehicles, and the license plate is WY7448. Like, it's one of the few vehicles I've seen on the road. I'll make a left-hand turn here. Head towards the highway. I'm on the main road. That's a taxi cab. And behind me is a taxi cab. There's practically no one on the road. Literally no one on the road. Even behind. No one behind. That vehicle gets on the highway from Helmkin. That vehicle is security. And unlike the last time I've been parked, there hasn't been one vehicle that has went by, and I have not experienced chemical harassment since I've been parked here.